let's start early today. I'm gonna slowly get back into my 9:30 a.m. streams, though I do know some viewers prefer the afternoon streams, so I'll probably mix and match. I mean, I might even do 2 sessions a day, because I do need to do more work. But okay. Welcome back. This is the actual final stream for the Langjam Gamejam, because because the jam is over. I had 1 week to make a programming language and a game using it, and I made a programming language called Duet. And I will show you my awesome programming language and my awesome game. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Because I need to set some scripting, or basically, let's see if this actually works. There we go. Yeah, some combination of my plugins and settings makes it so that it's kind of difficult to actually run the game. But okay, let's zoom in a little bit so that you can get a good look at this, get a good eyeful. We have a little editor, we have 2 scripts, and if I compile and run, we see my game. And this is the entirety of the game. I couldn't figure out how to do enemies. I had a whole bunch of stuff that I was going to do on Saturday, and as you can tell, what I actually wound up doing was doing a little bit of styling, writing some documentation for what the language actually does, and trying and failing to actually implement anything else. Like, I actually started making enemies, for example. Let's see if I can find one. But the problem was, I hadn't done explicit variable declarations. They were all inferred. The problem is, it couldn't infer the type of movement, because movement depends on position, but position depends on both movement and itself. So even though it has this here, yeah, it just couldn't figure out what the results were. There were too many new things. So yeah, I tried to add this, but then it wound up breaking like everything else that I had. So I had to then, and this would be like an explicit, this would be like an array of 2 real numbers. But yeah, it broke so many things that I wound up just having to amputate all of the code that I had written throughout the day related to the actual language, and just like getting back to square one, essentially. But I'll talk a little bit through the language, because I've been wanting to make a language called Duet for, I guess, over a year now, because a long time ago, I had a dream where I used a scripting language called Duet. And it had syntax like this, where it was very minimal, where you could assign to variables, and then you could have events that trigger when a variable changes. So this is not like a function called frame. This is when the variable frame changes, it does this event. So this is what actually draws the sprites. And I thought to myself in the dream, this is kind of neat, but I wish that they just gave me like C# or something, because it's hard to use. But ever since then, I've been thinking about that language, and I was like, you know, it just seemed kind of cool. And also, internally, this does a lot of things that I'd been thinking about as well, where this entity is actually designed not as like one object that runs a function. It's designed as like one class of objects that is then like structs of arrays. So it's very entity component system like architecture coded, where internally, if we look at this, let's see if I can figure out how to best explain this. Entity values. Basically, for example, for an enemy's position, there is not one position variable for each enemy. It's just, there's a big list of positions for all of the enemies. And the same for the player, even though there's only one. You could have multiple of them, and they would each have their position, and it'd just be one big list that's manipulated every frame. And that was kind of like The thing that I spent most of my time on was that internal runtime, because if we look at the JavaScript code, the runtime is so complicated because every type of variable, or every like function, has multiple variants. One for like adding one variable to itself. So like for global variables, like movement here is a global variable because it only depends on the keyboard. And so there's only ever going to be one instance of this because there doesn't need to be calculated for each entity. Where something like position, the compiler can figure out that this needs to be unique for each entity. I mean, admittedly, it's because it has an initializer. But that's like the magical part of the language, of that it automatically figures out like how to divide up your classes and types such that like it can compute them in the most efficient way. Of course, any performance is hypothetical because it's an interpreter written in JavaScript. But if it was a native VM, it could be fast. You know, you could have like SIMD optimized versions of all the functions, so that way like when you add numbers together, you know, you could have like this is the one for just single values. But then, you know, you could have a fancy like add an array to another array, and then it does some SIMD nonsense. Or even like puts it on a compute shader somewhere. But yeah. The big issue, though, is the fact that there were two vital functions that the game does not have. One was creating entities that have different properties. So, like, I can create a player, but it only has its default values. Like, I can't set the position to be a different position because I just didn't add the syntax for it. And the other is, I don't actually have any way of, like, for example, these listeners here. So, like, this does not actually run every time frame changes. This just runs every frame because it can infer that this this time.frame, it just declares that it changes every frame, but nothing actually checks that it changes. So I couldn't have something like, what I wanted was, I thought of a very clever way to spawn enemies on a timer, which is basically like enemy count equals like divided by 20. If I did this, basically like this would be every 20 frames, this number goes up. And so when it goes up, create an enemy. This would, hypothetically, create an enemy every 20 frames. Except for the fact that this doesn't run when this changes, it just runs every frame. So it would just create an enemy every frame. So I didn't add that system because it's complicated. And so that means that there's kind of nothing here. And then there's also things like there's no collision system, there's no sounds, there's literally the only function that actually like inputs or like outputs anything to the screen is just drawing a sprite. And so it's kind of it exists in my head. It exists in my mind palace. There's a cool programming language there, but it's not really anywhere else. But that was my entry to the Game Jam Langjam Gamejam. So I think it's not bad for 1 week to make a programming language in a video game, but it's not much of a video game. Or a programming language, to be honest. I am, however, very interested in continuing this project, but I'll probably do it off-stream, to be honest, because I already have so many. I already have, like, 2 games that I'm working on, and I want to do more streaming of, like, actual playing games, for example. Well, I might be able to squeeze this in somewhere in the schedule. Because, yeah, I would love to work on this more. It's quite easy to extend, because, like, I can just add new functions quite easily. Like, I added sine and arctangent and angle to and all that stuff. So, I guess I'll keep you posted. But what we will do is we are going to go to the Langjam Gamejam and play some other entries, see how it compares, see how it stacks up to the competition. And what I'll probably do, let's count how many there are. So what, we have 6 per row, 12, 18, 24, 30, 35 entries. So if I were to do 4-hour streams, or a 4-hour stream of 35 entries, each game would get 8 minutes. I can do that. Let's just make a little timer. Let's see. Where would I make a timer on my phone? Let's give each language, The timer on my phone is weird because, like, you have to create a timer and then run it. You can't just, like... You can't just, like, start a timer. You have to create it, and then it's in a list of timers, and then you run it. But okay, now we have timers for 8 minutes, so let's just... I think the clock has to start when we actually, like, open the page. But okay, let's put these... I guess... Let's just do Langjam. And yeah, we're going to be running every executable in the world. So hopefully none of these are viruses. Because that would be rather embarrassing. But okay, so our first entry. Let's see what the language is about. So, view game page. Hold the Line is a game mode for the Langjam Gamejam, or a game made for the Langjam Gamejam. Written in a custom programming language. Let's see the source code. So I'm curious what the language looks like. The Onion programming language and Onion 2D. Nice. Okay. So yeah, very similar to... So it's a scheme-like language? Okay. Sort of a cross between Scheme and a little bit of a common Lisp look to it. Nice. I like having infix operations with a Lisp language, because there is a lot of power to the Lisp syntax of, like, being able to understand, like, the lists and manipulate them through macros and stuff. But sometimes you just want 1 plus 2, you know? You just want n minus 1. You don't want to have to put it in parentheses and have, like, 17,000 nested parentheses. So I like that. Let's see. Nice. There's fancy things like hash maps and modules. Structs. Okay. So yeah, I think a common theme will be a lot of other people were better at making a language that actually, like, does things than me, because my language is so, like, fucked up internally and, like, weird. I had to spend, you know, because I spent, like, a whole day just figuring out what the hell the language actually does internally. But okay, I also want to see a little bit of the... I should probably not do that, because we only have, like, 5 minutes to actually play the game now. Oh, I should figure out, how do I build the language? Source? Oh, I see. I don't have Rust. Oh, wait, do I have Rust? Hang on. Cargo build? Failed to parse manifests. Edition 2024 is required, but that feature is not stabilized. Consider a newer version of Cargo. I should probably, like, update cargo. How do I update cargo? I literally don't know anything about, Rust. Yeah, is there... Okay, cargo, install cargo. Maybe. Cannot install package 0.9.3 because it required... can I do cargo install Rust C? How do I update Rust? I don't think I'm gonna get there. You know what? Let's just put this in. Do I have anything in downloads? What have I been downloading recently? Nothing terribly interesting. FontForge. Okay. So, we need to... I'll just do that. Hopefully this also uninstalls the old version and doesn't just have like 2 versions of Rust C, because that tends to be what happens when I update programming languages. Actually, for some reason lately when I update like anything, like Blender, you'll get 2 versions of Blender if you install the newest one. It doesn't even prompt you to like uninstall the old one, so then I have to like hunt and search for it because everything opens with the old version still. So, yeah. But yeah, honestly, I think a Lisp with just some simple infix syntax is like a kind of a winning deal, because, yeah, it's like that's 99% of what makes Lisp annoying, is just the fact that operator precedence is a really convenient shorthand. Though, admittedly, it is hard to actually do, because I spent, like, the first, what was it, the first day or the second day, I spent, like, 2.5 hours just staring blankly at my screen, trying to remember how the hell to do operator precedence in a parser. Yeah, let's learn a little bit more about this language. Because, yeah, I like that we have structs. I like that it has just dot notation for them as well. That's another thing that you don't really get in Lisps normally. You have to do like a get notation, or like call a function called get, or things like that. I wonder if it has macro support. Surprising. That's kind of the magic of a Lisp language. Or at least, I'm surprised that it's not at least mentioned as a top-of-the-box feature. I guess we can look for macros. Because there is an interesting thing where, as you get, like, more and more features of a typical programming language, the macros feel more and more out of place in a Lisp language. Because Lisp used to be a language where the only thing you could do was manipulate these like lists of symbols. And it just so happens that the lists of symbols are also how you express the code. And so macros were they just looked exactly like normal code because they were doing the exact same thing. But, you know, in modern Lisps, you're doing a lot more than manipulating lists of symbols. You're manipulating strings and numbers and operators and things like that. Oh god. It's already too late. Well, it does seem fun. It's not the craziest language, but I honestly do think that that's just like a good idea for a language. Just like a nice little Lisp scripting language to have that. So let's say hold the line. Let's put that in here. /onion. So what I'll do is for each programming language, or for each entry, let's just say the game, so I had to install Rust so I couldn't play. In time, Lisp with operators is nice. I like that. But okay, let's see a puzzle game about the rules themselves. I'm curious. So it's a PDF. Let's see the project page. So we'll close that. I like that. You know what? I'll give it a star. I'll give it a star on GitHub. So, a print and play grid-based puzzle game about the rules themselves. It is recommended to play using a physical cutout tiles or an image editor. So let's see a little bit about the language. Oh yeah, I should probably start my timer. I don't think 8 minutes per game is going to be very easy. But okay. The idea of this was when I realized roughly that the rule for single push Sokoban is simply player box space, space player box, and for multi-push Sokoban, that. Okay. And I think this is, what is that called? Puzzle script, I think? Is like, there's a language that's very similar in concept to this, where like you have these Sokoban rules, and they are very simple. Yeah. It's a very similar idea of like, you just have rules to describe where the player can push, or like what the player can push, or what blocks can interact with which. So the rules need formalizing. It took most of the day, first day of work. Yeah, admittedly, I should have... Where'd my download go? Did I not download it? Okay. Image editor or physical printouts recommended. Feel free to do these out of order. These levels are generally, but not exactly, sorted in difficulty order. Understanding the rules is more important than detailing every step of the solution. Have fun. The cells to the right. So I think what it is this is our library of little symbols. So like you would print these out and actually cut these out and use them as game pieces probably. Let's also go like height, no, width. Let's go that way. The cells to the right. So our little crown piece can go to the right. So king to nothing is nothing to king. Okay. So basically the way that it works is... Okay, this also reminds me of, what was it called? Pond script? Toad Pond? Sandpond Saga. Right. I don't know where her videos would show properly. Somewhere in the Sandpond Saga, there's a language that's also has a very similar syntax to this. But okay, so I can do this one in my whole big brain by basically, I will swap these objects in my mind using my 7000 IQ. We've won it, because we swapped these to the right. Okay, so we can go from things to nothing to thing. Okay, interesting. So these are basically direction agnostic. So it doesn't mean we literally have to move to the right. It means we can go from any direction to any other direction as long as there's nothing in there. We can just swap spots with it. So I've done that one in my huge brain as well. We have obtained the crown. But okay, now we have lose conditions. So we can swap with empty spots, but if we go on to evil block, we die. Lava, I assume. And that one as well. I've rotated the apple, and I've won that match. But all roads lead to happiness. Okay. And then you can have multiple win conditions. So here we can do anything. We can go to any of our 3 options, and we always win. But then the rules... Okay, so now we can push boxes. And then we win. So how would I actually do this? This is, hypothetically, a rather simple puzzle. So let's get our things here. Let's get our little pieces. So who are we? We're this guy? There we go. So basically we could move it here. How much time do I have left? 2 minutes. We don't got a lot of time left. So I gotta figure out which block would I push first. Because if we push this one, we lose. We have to push... I see. We would go up here, push this block, then we'd go down, push this block, and then we'd push this one up, and then we'd go here. I'll show you with my hyper fast brain. And then, let's get one of these. Oh. So yeah, we have pushed these within my mind palace. And that has left our piece right here. And then what we do is we push all of that up. We'd have that there, and then that there. And then also this would be wherever else it would be, you know, like here. See, really, to speedrun this game would be quite tricky, because you'd have to get very good with your paint tool. But yeah, then we got a clear shot. So here it's a similar thing. You would push down, then you'd push right, then you'd push this one down, then you'd just go right. If... Oh, not quite, actually, because... Oh, we know, yes. I thought this was swapping positions. We're not swapping there, but okay. And here, we're moving both of these simultaneously, so we can actually... If one of them dies, but the other remains, does that mean that we still can win? I think it means that... I think that's kind of what it has to mean, because otherwise, like, there's no possible way we could win otherwise. But okay, here we can just choose left or right. Okay. I like this one. It's a simple one. Well, I guess simple in concept. But I like this execution. I have seen more and more of these, basically, like, the game as an image that you play. I think it'd be fun to print this out and, like, put it as a little thing. So yeah, I will say... So that is box times space. So unique concept for the jam. So it reminds me of, let's see, what would it be called? Toad Pond. Puzzle script. Is you. Printing it out is fun. Okay. You know, I think I kind of like the 8-minute time limit, because that means that we get, it's long enough that we get to see what it's about. Well, I guess it wasn't quite long enough for the first one, because I had to install Rust. But, you know. Let's see, that's downloading over there. Let's see what it's about. So, error keys, X, Z, escape. We are terminally employed. That makes sense. I'm curious if there is source code to it. Oh wait, no, this is the one. Because yeah, I suspect a lot of these also have their source code on the Discord server, but that feels like it's going to be too much brain power to cross-reference between all of them at the same time. Alright, let's see if this works. Hey, look at that. I mean, this is a lot more than my game. Is it time? Are we ready to go? The team will be in position shortly. The real question is, are you prepared for this mission? Have I given you reason to doubt me, Mavia? It's not your skills I doubt. Your confidence has been your downfall more than once. Can I trust that you'll do what needs to be done, Maine? You wouldn't have hired me for this mission if you didn't trust me. Okay, well, here's your chance to prove yourself then. 2 cameras by that door. Incapable of sneaking past them, are you? No, but you need to prove that I can trust you. Take them out. Patching you into the video feed now. Interesting. So, we got 2 cameras. We got buttons. Aha. So, Troll, Cutter, Balthazar, Systock. I guess let's go top to bottom so we can DDoS, port scan, honeypot, packet flood. Okay, so this seems like sort of a JRPG situation where I'm assuming these are either our friends or our enemies. And then we can do certain actions. So I'm going to DDoS. Enemy takes 10 damage. Okay, and it shows a little X next to it when it's, let's see if I can make this bigger. Probably not. Fair enough. So we are going to SIG int. Fun. Wait, actually, now I can't tell if this is, like, part of the joke. No, it wasn't. I was like, oh, that's clever. SIGINT crashes the game. Wait, now I can't tell if that's still... because that could very well still be part of the joke. I genuinely can't tell. That's kind of the brilliance of calling it SIGINT. Like, does it happen again? Okay, it does. Dictionary object is not callable. Traceback, most recent call. Yeah, so I cannot tell. Okay, but I think SIGINT we will not do for now. But let's port scan. I'm thinking maybe a lot of the options that aren't at the top were not finished. That's probably what they meant. Yeah, so we should probably just do the top ones. Fair enough. Let's see how far I can get. But yeah, honestly, I do think, though, having a game where it brings up one of those exception screens as an attack would be a really good gag. Okay, so chill cycle works, but Disk scrub causes an issue. Does hotfix work? Not quite. I'm going to see also what the dialog text looks like. Okay, pretty simple thing. Colon separated. Or double colons. So what I might do is just peek ahead. Okay, but we still got time on the clock, so I'm not gonna call it done until we've seen what there is to see in our time. So we can DDoS this one, we can fuzz test that one, we can NP complete this one, we can force quit. Not quite. What if we... Okay. Are there... I'm suspecting it might be this last party member, quote-unquote, is just... I need to double check. Which ones did I do? Did I do disk scrub? Hotfix, force quit. So I know I did force quit out of band management. Okay. We can hotfix. We can DDoS. We can fuzz test. We can NP complete. Not quite. Okay. So I think here, the list index out of range, I think it's because we've gone through all of our party members, and there must be some sort of bug with, like, resetting the turn, where, like, maybe it continues on and, like, tries to figure out, like, if there's some hypothetical 5th party member, and it just breaks. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll just have to turn this visual novel into a novel. There, are you happy now? Rookie work, but good job. You'll do. Yeah, whatever. The door's unlocked, Your Highness, unless your hands don't work either. Can it, Maine? You're not running this operation. Whatever. Just head through the door and get moving to the vault. Copy. Moving out. Hang on, this wasn't in the floor plans. What are you seeing, Mavia? I don't think I read that right the first time. Laser field seems to be blocking the way forward. Maybe now's the time for you to prove your slick spy skills and slip through. Negative. For one, that's stupid heist movie shit. 2, it's too dense. Fine. Patch me and I'll take care of it. Exciting, so we would do that. Laser field is down. Still have your bearings? Affirmative. Layout still matches the floor plan. Advancing toward the vault now. This payout better be worth it. I turned my game off to be here with, you know. I'm losing my reading skills. I think what I should do is also, let's check the internals. Okay. So we got our little Python thing. So what is Lark? I'm gonna see what Lark is. Because that smells like a scripting language extension. Aha. It's a syntax, I think. Or like the syntax description. Okay. Must be some sort of parser generator. And so this is a... What is a typed file? Seems like it's not for human consumption. Let's see if I can figure out which one of these is the scripting language. So PyD, I'm assuming, is Python that's been compiled to something. That makes sense. Base library.zip. I'm going to extract this and see what's in our mystery, see what's behind door number 1, basically. Okay, PyC. So this must be how Python can be, like, turned into an executable file, where, like, you just save your Python code. Let's see what Pygame says. It says Python. Where's res? Okay. This seems a little bit closer. BDF. Interesting. That doesn't seem to be human readable. So yeah, we're seeing some of the internals here. So yeah, I'm curious if the language was compiled into Python and then bundled with, what's a mode spec? Okay, okay. It seems like mode spec is the language. And so there's basically some sort of description. Okay, this is a nice little language. Let's see if there is more. Because it might be that they only had time to make the one. Because that makes sense. Because it does seem like they did quite a lot of work on the game itself. And then they had just the one fight, basically. I'm curious how this works. So, at alert. The red light indicates you're being recorded. Counterattack 5. Tag attacking. So, alert enemy turn. Damage to ally 15 targeted. I like this as like a language for specifying like this turn-based combat. I think that's a nice idea because I feel like a lot of games could benefit from just like a lot of domain-specific languages like this. Because they can be quite a bit more flexible than tools. Also, I never started the timer. So I think I probably have exceeded the 8 minutes for this. But okay, let's say Foobar. So, couldn't beat the first fight. Sad face. Nice little DSL for turn-based combat. Yeah, because I like that idea. I think that's a practical, like, language that you could have for, like, a JRPG. But okay, let's see the game page. Central Paperwork Unit. And this time I will actually start the timer, so that way I don't run, like, over the clock, because it seems like in the past, for the 3 games, I've already gone 44 minutes. And I did not spend 20... Well, actually I could have spent 20 minutes talking about my game. But okay. A game made for the Langjam Gamejam, where the code you write is the instructions you give to your office workers. Currently very much work in progress. Game is designed to be Zack-like, where you solve individual puzzle levels to achieve a specific goal by writing code. Until we figure out packaging and distribution, source code is publicly available and is currently the only way to run the game. Fair enough. Alright, so let's see, how would I build this? Let's see the language at least. Cute. Oh, okay. I should probably not spoil the solution for myself. Okay, should be Python. So, how would I would presume what I would do is I would grab this. Then let's go... Oh, Rust is installed. Okay. Well, if another one uses Rust, we can do that. Okay, CD, Langjam Gamejam 2025, CD, paperwork lang, and then we would do Python main.py. Let's see if this works. No Python arcade, or no module named arcade. How do would I do pip install arcade? I don't know how to run any programs ever. Okay. That seemed to be the key. Hopefully this is not like some sort of supply chain attack, where someone has squatted on the domain or the name arcade and is now going to hack my PC. See, the real remote code execution exploit is just asking people to run the code that you've written. But okay, now let's run it. Let's see how far we can get. Not quite. Attempted relative import with no known parent package. How do we run? Is there a script here? Interesting. I'm seeing more of these .lark files. I probably should have done that instead of writing my own parser in, 2 days. Oh, do I do init.py? No, init.py is 0. What if we did python dot? No. Can't find main module. Does this have a main? Define main if main equals that. Show view arcade run from CPU, import gameplay view. So import error, attempted relative import with no known parent package. Do I have to do, maybe I do Python paperwork main? Attempted relative import with no known parent package. We have how many minutes do we got to? We have 3 minutes to troubleshoot this issue. Attempted relative import with no known blah. Python docs and experimenting. Relative imports only work if the importing module has name other than main, and the name of the importing module is package.module name. Python M. So I think what I can do is do, let's look at this main again. Relative module names not supported. This is a shame. I can't figure out how to run the thing. So yeah, how would I run code? Putting an init.py at the top of the directory, adding the absolute thing, doing that. So, okay, so the init.py is important here. But how do I run the code, then? Would I just do Python? No. Python run package init.py. Boy. Well, okay, let's pause the timer because I need to use the bathroom. So, okay. Once I get back, I'll have 1 minute to figure out the code. Back soon. Okay, back now. So, oh wait. I don't think I'm going to figure this out in 1 minute and 5 seconds, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just look at that thing again. Wait, where was it? What language are we on? This one? Yeah, I'm just going to do... Let's just look at the actual, like, oh. What the heck is this? Oh, I see. I can open it in Squeak. But okay, so it's similar to sort of a an assembly type language, but it has some nice features where like we have like these actual names for things. My coffee is ice cold. Well, more like room temperature. Classic thing where the mug is still warm, but the drink is cold. But okay. We only got 2 seconds. We have 1 second left, so what I'll say is that is... Let's put that under Central Paperwork Unit. Work Unit. Smart idea to use a programming language for the game, I think. Or actually, wait. I mean, I guess that fits the brief. Because it's basically make a programming language, make a game using that language. So I think it could both, you could interpret that as either implement the game in that language or implement a game that heavily features the language. And I think this does the latter. So what I'll say is, I like programming games. Could not figure out Python in time. It feels like running a script should be like a relatively simple thing, but Python is weird. It has like, you know, it's this language that's always touted for being so easy to use, but it feels surprisingly like medieval at times. Like, the fact that there's probably some sort of exactly correct oh, it literally says right here. Python m paperwork-lang.main. Okay, I probably should have read that. I probably should have read the manual. You know what? I'll give... Let's say an extra minute or two to do that. So can I just do this? No. I have to do Python. I was close. I almost figured it out. We're gonna have to install a lot of things. I think there's going to be like 25 minutes of just installing packages one at a time. Okay, hang on. Let's actually create another timer. I'm going to give myself 5 minutes. Because otherwise I'm going to be here all day. Just like running it, missing a dependency, install one package. Okay, there we are. Okay, good. We got a game running. Okay, this is your code input box. So this is where you'll write instructions such as move desk A or take dock, and you can use labels to control flow. Okay, so let's start this because we only have... Okay, so we have move and take. This is your character's control input box. Press enter to execute a command. Reset? Wait, why did reset resize things? Very strange. So what do these mean? Currently editing actor none. I don't know how to edit. Oh, okay. I think something happened to the resolution of the game. Yeah, it seems like the window resized and like unfull screened when I started it, and now like I literally can't see anything. Okay, so let's just cheat. So I can't figure out anything. Can I do like is it control enter, shift enter? I'm trying to figure out how to make this full screen again. So move desk inbox. So can I delete these? No, okay. So I think what it is this is all comment stuff. So yeah, I don't have the faintest idea what anything means. Because we've rotated the player. What does that mean? Take dock. So is it because now I'm doing this? When doc spam, go to spam. Interesting. The hashtags seem to be both, oh, I can't see anything. I have no idea where I'm typing. There we are. Move desk spam box. Drop dock. Okay, let's reset this. So if we start this, so at one point we were doing things, but now, is it because it's this? I don't know which one of these we actually, use. Snap to player? Start? Yeah, I don't get it. But okay, at least I figured it out by just reading the documentation that they provided. So I like programming games. Could not figure this out. Nice, simple, like, language. Let's see. But okay. Let's see soup. So there's a Linux one. So we might have to figure out how to... I think this one I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, this one I've seen before. It doesn't like Git. But okay, it may be difficult to get this one. It's always cool when people have their own little, like, Git site, though. I think this is their custom, like, Git-EA thing. But okay. Oh, wait. Start the timer. I'm gonna keep forgetting to do that. We got 8 minutes to get this running. I, am not entirely sure that that's gonna happen. Especially since it doesn't seem like they have built it on Windows. But let's see what compile and run says. Oh, they got like a full... I thought it was gonna be like 2 lines of like cargo build and then do thing. But okay, so it has a programming language called SUI. And that seems to compile to C. And then it runs a C compiler. That seems to be how this works. Dynamic lib, building static libs into app image. Compile.sh, debug, optimize source, output, input SUI, Do I have WSL on here? I don't think I do. Like, because I think the problem is there's like some sort of weird thing where it's like a massive, it's like a whole graphical thing instead of just like the command line. So it's actually like you have to like install Ubuntu on your Windows computer rather than just having like basically like Wine but the other way for Windows. Okay, but we're gonna go to SUI-C mez and we are going to figure out how to compile, or I'm just gonna look at the language. Soup. It was okay. I like bracket-free languages. You know, there's just something aesthetically nice about, like, having an end keyword. And then, like, a little do. Because it's, I think, sort of a nice compromise between the white space sensitive languages that have the aesthetics, but then it's like, it's hard to actually figure out what the code, like, where one code starts and one code ends, especially for, like, deeply nested things. But okay, so we're drawing some rectangles. It has multiplayer. This was a week of work. I do think this was a, I do know this was a team effort. But okay, we can at least see the tests. But okay. Now is integrated support for game development with Raylib and ODE. Nice. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna say is I'm not going to bother trying to, like, cargo build, for example. Well, let's let that compile and we'll see how far we get. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna have like a bunch of half-compiled projects and like 75 quadrillion Python packages installed. And I'm gonna have no idea how any of it works. But okay, so it seems to be SUI is a language that is transformed into C and then it's compiled, which is a pretty practical way of making like a system type language, because then you have, you know, once you can get your compiler on, you know, once you get like whatever code you need to generate C on your target, you can just compile it there. And so you get reasonably cross-platform code and stuff like that. Well, I guess if you use platform-specific C, then you don't get much help. But okay, it has fancy things like a monomorphizer. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, this is like a whole ass compiler. This is a real boy. Okay. How's this working? So, can we do cargo run? I don't think there's going to be here. Cargo, use test to run the test suite, or provide a SUI file. Do we do dash test? Okay. So, it seems like there's tests here. So what I can do is ls tests. Oh, wow. It actually, like, compiles to C. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. So, for example, if we go to tests. So it seems like it was dangerously close to working on Windows. But I just don't know how to do it. But okay, let's look up... let's look at our control flow. So this is a little main function. Then let's see what the actual C looks like. Okay, not too big. Because we got a little garbage collector. Okay, so it must link against that lib sui cmez.h. And that would provide things like our allocation or our garbage collector and stuff like that. Return pointer. SUI C main, so if true 1 else 0, while this return 1. Okay. Okay, so it has some default things, and we don't actually need those here because we're just doing things with integers. And it does the classic thing that I did with my own to C, because I had C plus prologue was my little prologue code macro thing. And it's just easy to put everything in like 5 billion nested parentheses rather than, you know, precisely generate like C's operator precedence. Oh, I see. Okay. So, actually, I'm curious what this, what these do. Okay, because it's not actually a return value until we have the last expression here. So this is actually what's returned. And these ones are just fun little things. I wonder if we could do, like... Nope. First off, what I want to let x equal... I'm going to see if this works. I'm curious. Okay, expected an enum but found color. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, wait. I don't need that. Let's see what actually is happening here. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, look at that. Okay, it does exactly what I wanted it to do. So we can actually assign if statements. So I kind of like this little language. But okay, so it knows ternary operations. And so that explains why we can return, or why we can just have a 0 there. But okay, so I'm going to say sui slash soup. It's a nice language. So let's say, very fancy for a week of work. Could not run the game, but could run the tests. So it seems to be a solid little systems language. Because, yeah, I'm easily impressed. Using the if statements as expressions, that's good enough to win me over, I think. Yeah, I like the syntax. But okay. We must continue, though. Our death march goes on. Okay. Cellars all the way down. Cellarscript. So this demo is for the Langjam Gamejam. It's related to the game Cellars all the way... Oh, is inspired by PuzzleScript, Fourth, Logo, and Telegram. Let's see, during the Langjam. To play, this game loads Cellar 1. So, to build... Let's see, I wonder if we have an EXE. But it does seem like it'll be quite useful to have that. Okay. I'm going to be a little baby, and I'm going to use the EXEs when possible. Let's see, where's my Langjam Jam thing? L for Langjam. But okay, let's is there... Wait, hang on. How do we... To play. The game loads the Cellar 1 file. A terminal is at the bottom. See the dictionary of incantation. Upon successfully that... Okay, what I'll at least do is... Where's our little Cellarscript? Is it these? Okay. I think these are our Cellarscript, so let's at least see these. I was hoping this would be simple. I think I need to have... Love 2D installed. Am I gonna have time to install this? Maybe I will. You know what, let's go to the zipped file. Okay, so where is this? This is in here. Let's put that here. Then let's extract right here. Okay, so I think what I can do, let's rename this Love. And I think what I can do is then Love Windows, no. Cellar Windows Cellars no, love slash love.exe. Okay, good. Well, at least it started. So, main Lua 26, expected symbol near semicolon. I'm still confused. Let's try building from source since we have Love 2D now. Well, actually, does that mean that I need to install Love 2D like properly? So download or clone Cellarscript directly to your computer. Okay, let's at least get a feel for the language. So we have sort of like these positions. So 1010 xy 55 xy 0 directory. Okay, I see what it is. So basically, it said it was inspired by fourth. So what we're doing here is we're putting these two values on a stack, and then we're saying that's xy. I like that. So yeah, we have a directory or a direction of 0. And then we have, this is a green object. No. Blue. Yeah, this is a blue object. And then we have random directions here. Okay. And so yeah, we randomize our position, randomize our direction, randomize our color. I'm pretty sure that's how this is working. Okay, I think what it is each of these can have, or needs 3 values. It needs a position, a direction, and a color. And so what we're doing here is we're turning these into a direction, rather than setting it directly. Like, I thought it was like a setter function, but it's actually, I'm pretty sure, just like turning it into a vector. But okay. So our monster 1 is going in a random direction. Our monster 2 goes forward twice, and then right. This one goes forward twice, back twice. 2 random directions, forward, forward, random left, and random. These are fun ideas. So if random is called, well, let's see if there's any other instructions. So yeah, move, move, turn. Okay. Random direction, wait, S, print the stack, words, color. I'm still curious how to actually run the language, or how to run, So written in L5. What is L5? So L5 is like different from, Okay, L5 is a library for Lua. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see some other puzzles. So yeah, we start at the... So we have some stairs, and I think we need to get to the stairs each time. That makes sense if it's a cellar. Okay. And the guards just go in 180 degree, like they just go back and forth by 4 directions. The wanderer goes random. And this wanderer goes a bit more forward before it goes random. You know, I'm playing this in my mind palace, basically. But okay, we only have 20 seconds left, though. I'm still curious as to what caused this error. Because it seems like it compiled the whole thing into, like, that .love module, so you'd think it'd be able to detect this happening. You know, is it like a different version of Lua that I'm using versus theirs? The world may never know. But okay, let's also put this as like game reviews. Or like reviews dot d... No, let's say MD. I like MD. Okay. Cellarscript and Cellars all the way down. Wait, how many games have I actually been able to run so far? I should probably have that as like a thing here. So I'll put a little sad face for each game that I couldn't run. Printing it out would be fun. Oh yeah. It's a PDF. So couldn't beat the first fight. I'll say that's going to be a little thing here. So basically, if I can't run it at all, it gets a little sad face. If I can run it, smiley face. If I can run it, but I could barely run it, it'll get a little mixed face. So like this one, I couldn't figure this one out. So very fancy, could not run the game. Sad, but could run the tests. And actual compiler. Couldn't run. I like the idea. A beefed up puzzle script. Because, yeah, it seems to be like puzzle script, but a little bit more powerful since it has things like the fourth, you know, ideas from fourth and stuff like that. It does seem like since these are such programming heavy languages, I don't know how many of these will ever be able to run. But okay, Shmup 8. Let's start the timer. This game is a shoot-'em-up designed for quick games. A game lasts around 30 seconds to 1 minute, and you're expected to replay to improve your score. Arrow keys and spacebar. Project consists of a compiler for minimalist imperative language. So let's see. There's a blog post. There's a Shmup 8 code. Let's download now. Let's see. Where do I go? There we go. I will steal your game for free. But okay, let's see if this works. Interesting. I see. I wonder if it supports... No gamepad support, but I do think... The only downside is the fact that, like, it didn't really work on my, monitor. Because it changed the resolution of my monitor and also, like, scrambled all my windows. But okay, it seems to be some sort of fancy little, like, ray tracer type thing. And also, if it looks like it's, it looks like the capture's wrong, that's just how the game looks on my monitor, too. I think because it reduced the resolution of my main monitor, and then I moved it over to the other monitor, which did not get its resolution reduced. But okay. So, this is the first fully runnable game, I think. Or the game where I'm fully playing the intended way. It's just very difficult. I also am quite interested in this little effect here, where it's sort of like this deliberately, oh. But okay, this is similar to what my game was intended to be. But okay, so I think we do have the gist of the game. Unless I can figure out... Let's see. Let's put all that back. Are we back? Let's get my display settings. Let's make sure that everything still works the way it's supposed to. Okay, we got our resolutions back. Okay, good. So it changes the resolution, but it's nice enough to change it back. But okay, so we got a... Fancy. We got shader pre-processing. So yeah, design a language, implement a compiler to bytecode, implement the interpreter using C++. Okay, I was thinking of doing something similar, since I have my, now my compiler's in JavaScript, but I want a VM in a native code, so that way it can be in, like, WebAssembly. So yeah, smart idea. But okay, I want to see our language. So I think it's probably going to be 4Klang. No, I think it'd probably be... What would it be? Game.source. Okay. But yeah, fancy things. We got inline functions. Inline variables. So time plus equals delta time. Okay, so I'm assuming this is a thing that's run every frame. And that's probably the value of these inlines, if it says, like, these are hard-coded numbers, and they're things that are, or hard-coded numbers and hard-coded functions, so they're not redefined every frame or something like that. But okay. If our time is within half a second, we have no enemies. I think. Somewhere in here. But okay. We put our... Okay, interesting. So we just have some nice little... This mixing here is basically to blend ourselves back to the center of the screen, or like our 0, -3, or negative 0.3 position. Okay, so sort of it's a very C-like language. I'm surprised with, since it was, F sharp, you'd imagine, like, the compiler was an F sharp, so you'd imagine it'd be more like an F sharp looking language. Because if we look at F sharp, yeah, because this looks quite like C, or C++ maybe. Well, I'm not sure. But okay. Wait, actually, hang on. Oh, I see. We have no lives. So that puts our time back down to here. Oh, I see. And time is equal to -2, so that means there's 2 seconds where the game kind of pauses, because most of the rest of this stuff requires that we have more than 0 time. Yeah. Okay, so this script runs every frame, and it can determine things like, you know, the first half second of the game, we put the player back to their position, we reset all our stuff. And then when the time is greater than 1 second, we start spawning enemies. And then we have this T here. Interesting. And then we iterate over enemies, do all their movement, all the collision, all our missiles. Okay. Not bad. Because, yeah, this is the one that works on my machine. But yeah, I'm curious what the... Right, that must be... This must be the C++, and this would be the compiler. Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm curious what a parser in F sharp looks like. This is surprisingly simple for like a C-like language, I'd say. Is there anything I'm missing? I guess because it has this F parsec. That must help a lot. But okay, we only have about 40 seconds left. But I will say... Actually, I'm curious what these shaders are, because it's interesting how ghostly it is. Interesting. Okay, so it seems like all of the there's no like meshes, it seems. It's all in the assigned distance fields. And so if we go to like the vertex shader, makes sense. Oop. Basically, it's probably a square that has a buffer of draw calls, I'm assuming. Explosions, backgrounds, things like that, main. So let's double check. Okay. So yeah, it's basically all in the shader. Neat work. Okay. I will call that the most playable game to date. Fully playable, simple little shooter. So, neat little language. C-like. Frame, quite practical for a small game. Interesting that everything's in the shader. Yeah, since it draws all the enemies as just that one shader. Okay, so Unnamed, Shipbuilder game. Let's start the clock. We have a lot of games to get to. So the beginnings of a roguelike shipbuilder with rudimentary shipbuilding and resource gathering salvaging of existing ships spawned in the world. Ships can be built with programmable logic unit with a simple assembly-like language per ship. Okay. Logic unit language. Jump if equal, location that, load, destination source, no operation. Instructions on how to build and run the game. OCaml. Do I have OCaml? I do not. I don't think I'm going to be able to install OCaml, OPAM, and everything else in 8 minutes. Especially since I'm pretty sure a lot, like, the last time I tried OCaml on Windows, SDL just didn't work. Like, you could get the, like, SDL package, and then it would just explicitly, like, reject building on Windows. But okay, what I'm going to see is, let's look at the game. Let's look at oh. Okay. So like my game, it's all in one big file. But okay, so we initialize a random number, we do our setup, and then we just do our loop. Active screen game. Entities is this. So I'm assuming this is actually a function, I guess, because seems like it's initializing all these things. Okay, so loop gstate with zoom equals zoom. Okay, yeah. Loop is a function. We get our game state. So yeah, we'll have to play this in the compiler that exists in my brain. So yeah, we open raylib. So if match this, or raylib should close, then we close the window. Otherwise, we open raylib. We have our zoom, so we can zoom in and out with the mouse wheel. If we escape, we pause. Let's see, so we can press P to get ship components, I'm thinking. I see. P and O iterate over our ship components, basically. So we can select those to do something with them. And while the game is not paused, we go over our ship, dump inputs to shipmen, ship grid. So there's some sort of resource system, and there's some sort of men who will handle ship resources. What I should do is also look at the language that we have. So it seems like there's basically only 3 operations. We can jump if 2 values are equal, or we can load or we can like load a value. Oh, okay. So we can load and assign. Interesting. So it's kind of an esoteric, like, very small instruction set here. Because, yeah, we jump to this location if the source is equal to immediate, and then we can load a destination, or we can load a source and add an immediate value to whatever's loaded there, and then we can put that back in the destination. And then I'm curious, when we store in, I'm assuming certain components are at certain addresses, and then we can, like, you know, fire a gun or something from, like, our logic unit by storing a value into there of something else. Or something like that, you know. It might not be that way. Or, you know, that might not be a function that we have, but something like that. We control things by assigning memory. Alright. I'm going to see how much time I have. I can't install this in 3 minutes. But okay, I am quite curious how we actually store, or how we actually use the memory to control these objects. So yeah, ships can be built with a programmable logic unit with a simple memory-like thing, with per ship memory, and ship components that activate when they read values. That makes sense. Game is pretty incomplete due to the limited time available for Langjam Gamejam, but the planned direction was hopefully clear enough from what was implemented. In particular, the programming language element is pretty undercooked, but it can still be used to create useful control schemes for ships. I'd say that. There's no random generation of ships that the user can salvage. Yeah, this definitely seems like, so far, this is the, I'd say, the most novel use of the programming language. Basically, I really like the ability to build little vehicles and then program them in games. I am curious what soup would be like. I didn't actually get much of a look at the game there. I think that's the one where, yeah. I'll start my review now, since I can't. Since the language is very, very simple. So quite interesting to imagine programming. I like the idea of programming vehicles. And it's so simple that I'm curious if it would actually be easier for someone who's new to programming to get into it than, like a lot of modern, or like a lot of nicer programming languages. Because I've found that, people can actually make quite sophisticated programs, even if they don't consider themselves programmers. You know, the classic is like making gigantic things in Excel. And it's mostly because the syntax is the overwhelming part for a lot of people at first. So just having, like, this very simple idea of, you have a list of numbers, you can add to the numbers, and you can store the numbers. And then you can go to a different place if the numbers are the same. So yeah, I'd be curious to see how a non-programmer would handle something like that, because I think it's simple enough that it would be more like a puzzle game to them than, like, trying to learn Python for the first time, or trying to learn, like, Rust or something, where even though it'd be possibly easier. But okay, YENDOR, Zack-like dungeon roguelike. So YENDOR is a rogue Zack-like programming game centered on navigating a bot around a hacknet-inspired dungeons. Let's start the timer. Buy upgrades, iterate on your bot, and uncover the mystery of the Wizard of YENDOR. We made this game for the... Wait, actually, I just realized I don't even have my chat window up. Well, nobody's had any thoughts yet. Check out the full game code. Check out the self-interpreter. Interesting. So, building the entire thing in a language we created over the first couple days. NH is like C, Python, and OCaml. Fancy. Very fancy. So, official employment. Dear Mr. Sinclair, We're pleased to extend you an offer of employment to the position of enemy AI engineer. Your duties shall include writing code to control intelligent, autonomous enemies for our upcoming game Hacknet. You will use our internal training tool to develop and test enemy behaviors by guiding a bot through procedurally generated dungeons. Your bot will become a primary adversary in the final release. Okay, we trust you will find it preferable to basic Pascal or Fortran. Okay, how do I... I can't, oh wait. Fancy. So fancy I was completely baffled at first. Okay, this is a lot for a week. This is the dungeon view. Oh wait, hang on, I should probably, mute our other music. Okay, this is the dungeon view. You control the @ symbol, navigate to rooms, collect, fight monsters, and go stairs. Status bar, HP, strength, AC, gold, bank. Upgrades. Code editor, using the modern wand application syntax. Move. Huh, I'm curious. So this controls your character. Start with simple movement commands. Very interesting. So our syntax is a function starts with a slash, and then it seems like each argument is also separated by a slash. So we play stop step slider. So open the language manual. About time. Assume you don't need the tutorial again. Wait, what? Wait. Okay, fine. Review it if you must. So, that's a trick question, boss. I assume you don't need to see the tutorial, and I say, yes, I don't need to see the tutorial, and then you show me the tutorial. You fool. You tricky bastard. You just wanted to see that again. Okay. Okay, we want enemy AI. Best work. Don't forget to read the docs. Okay, so let's step. I see. Let's step. So we've moved up. Program complete. Let's move down. Oh, I see. So I need to move up negative. Actually, wait, hang on. So if I go up like this... Okay, so it seems like we can only move one at a time. And what I'm going to do now is move one... Oh, wait, no. Move 1, 0. Okay. Wait, are we... So we're going to... Hang on, how many levels do we need? How many... Hang on. Boss, I think our procedural levels are a little basic. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. We have to upgrade to do... There we go. This is Dave from HR letting you know how I got this. Hi, Dave. So I just wanted to pop in and say, don't forget to prioritize the dungeon upgrades. They give you way more gold per floor cleared. Okay. So we not only upgrade the stairs, we upgrade each of these things. Okay. So now I need to figure out, I probably should have did floor loop. Well, what I can do is for now we can just hand code this. Oh wait, I see. Try each direction. Speed times 5. Okay, so what I'm curious about is how does this work? So for I in 0 dot dot 10. So try each direction. Core of AI bot. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to I'm basically gonna go like up, and then I'm gonna make a loop. So let's just do move 0. Actually, let's do 4 I in 0 dot dot 3. I like this syntax where there's a little arrow here. So that automatically does this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna move -1, 0. How do we go back? I think we just do that. Okay. Oh, I see. That's how we end it. Interesting syntax. I like that it's doing weird things, but okay. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move to the right, then down, then left, then up. So let's do like X in -1, 1. For Y in 1, -1. Oh. Okay, let's give myself 8 more minutes. I'm cheating here, but this is like the most playable game yet. So I want to give it a little bit extra more. But yeah, so I'm just going to move to the top, and then we're going to move in one of these directions. I think what I'm going to do is... Ooh, how do we do this? I know how to do it. 4 I in 0 dot dot 4. Oh, whoops. Oh no, there's no undo. Because what I need to do here is 4x in, basically for each of the cardinal directions, what I want to do is, I'm just going to do 2 here. I know what I want to do, actually. It's going to be not as complicated as I made it out to be. I'm just going to move in each direction, like each cardinal direction 3 times. Oh. Control C. And, I mean, admittedly, I don't actually need to do that, but... Okay. So what it should do... I did not... I did not do that correctly. Wait, what did I do? Hang on. Step through this. Or let's stop this. Let's, okay. So we went up, and then we're gonna go there. Oh. Oh, I'm seeing it. Okay. I meant to do that, where basically now... So now we go up to the center, and then we go, Oh, wait. I did not do that correctly. Because, yeah, we need to go to the right, and then down, and then left. Okay. Now it should be what I want it to be. Let's just run it. Okay, so what else do we need? We need, Oh, I see. We click and drag. So I think we want a variable, what do we want? So when a condition is met, let's compare things. So, can go, tip, not negate. So, let's see, compare values using word operators. Okay, well, I'm gonna say I should probably stop here. Because, yeah, now I've given this 4.5 extra minutes for free, dare I say. But I will say, most playable game to date. I'll give it an extra smile. There we go. Hi, yeah. It's working. Also, my music is like the quietest music in the entire world. But okay, so I'm gonna say I like the syntax. I'm probably gonna play more. And I'd like the idea of, actually, let's say, couldn't install OCaml in time. Sad face there. I like the idea of programming vehicles. So yeah, this is one that I'm interested in playing more of because it is, I guess I just like programming games. I mean, admittedly, I do think I want to give more time to most of these. Because a lot of them have, like, they're either quite good games or they're like a fully featured programming language that I want to see more of. But okay, let's try That's Nuts. Oh yeah, I was meaning to star all of these. I'll just give stars now. But okay, targeting chip 8. Close to ASM because chip 8 is really limited. Let's see this. Oh yeah, I gotta run the clock again. Is my music like... Am I like going crazy? Okay, it was just because my headphones were super quiet. But okay. Start the clock. Okay, chip 8 uses a 16-key hexadecimal map to your keyboard. 1234 ASDF. Debugger. Okay, so we have 4 things here. F5 pause, F6 step, F8 resume. I'm curious what is happening here. So I've now paused it, except... Oh wait, no, I haven't paused it because F5 reloads the page. Hang on. I'm gonna try to figure out, I can't understand. So Chip 8 interpreter compiled a WebAssembly using mscripton. Chip 8 is an interpreted programming language developed in the 1970s for early microcomputers. Interesting. I don't... Yeah. Huh. Can I do F6? No. Is this the game of life? Okay, what is this? So let's see the little language here. Okay. So yeah, it's an assembly language. Oh, it might be... I wonder if it's because... Let's turn this off. Let's see if any of my scripting is causing issues here. Because what I might need to do is have a private browser. Because I've had issues with this in the past. No, it's still... F5 still reloads the page. Hang on. Is it maybe... Let's check Edge. Thank you, Edge. I don't need to see that. So if I did... Yeah, because I'm trying to... It seems like it is focused, or the best it can be. I feel like it must be something to do with the fact that it's not getting focused, so I don't know what the keys do, and I can't debug. So yeah, I'll chalk that up to like a browser issue, or like some sort of issue with putting it on the web. But yeah, our squirrel is getting attacked by a lot of snakes, it seems. But okay, I am curious how these work. Okay. So we got little sprites. So what is this a sprite of? This is a little loop. Actually, I'm curious what the sprite is. It looks like a snake. Kind of. Okay, so this is a companion cube sample program. So, okay, I think what this is doing is this is drawing... Okay, now I see it. It's a little heart inside of a, like, beveled box. I was thinking that it was looping like this, but I didn't see that it, like, goes all the way around. Okay. So we got a little game. So I'm curious. So we got the project files here. Prototype. Okay, I wonder if this is a prototype that was made in Game Maker, I think? Because yeah, this is Game Maker script. Okay. That's a smart idea. Prototype your game in an existing engine and then use it for and then, you know, compile it down, or like, you know, mentally put it down into your little assembly language, because that'd be quite complicated. Okay, and chip 8 is this little emulator. Let's see. I am still curious if there's a way to make this work on my computer. Because, yeah, these digits aren't quite working. What else should I look for? I wonder where the code is for... Hang on, let's inspect this. Okay, because it gets the right click. Any issues here? Skipping unsupported feature, autoplay MIDI monetization, gyroscopic accelerometer. Cross-origin isolated. So I'm assuming this is probably part of the issue here. Because it might be that, like, glyphbox was incorrect. So yeah, we're getting our game Cubase. I wonder if we need any of these things. So this seems like a thing that I should probably just enable. So cross-origin isolated read-only property of the window interface, Boolean value that indicates the document is cross-origin isolated. Yeah, because it could be either a policy that I set on the browser, since I use like a more of a restricted mode than a lot of them. Necessary cookies only. It's literally every single time I go to any Stack Overflow site that pop-up shows up. I think it's because there's like 50,000 different Stack Overflow sites and none of them respect that decision. Ironically, they don't store a cookie to tell you if you wanted to store cookies. But okay, unsupported. Let's just look up. Because, yeah, this was an error that I was getting with that. So, permissions policy. I just want to figure out how to make the games work. That seems made up. So, cross-origin isolated directive controls whether the current document is allowed to use APIs that require cross-origin isolation. So, properties will always return false, and the document will not benefit from reduced restrictions. The APIs that require this permission include the use of shared array buffer objects and performance.now with unthrottled timers. Okay. So the permission can be used to maintain restrictions on access to sensitive APIs unless they are actually needed by cross-origin isolated document. Okay. Interesting. So, allegedly, it seems like it would work on, here, if we run this. Unrecognized feature XR.
Multiple readback operations using get image data are faster with the will read frequently attribute set to true. Oh, I almost did something, I think. No, I think that was just a coincidence. I pressed a button, but a snake attacked the squirrel. Yep, I think there must be something with the browser there. So yeah, I'll say that was called That's Nuts, and it was Chip 8. Let's double check what those are called. Okay, yeah, we got a little macro language. So sort of a macro assembly. Chip 8 macro assembler. So yeah, let's at least double check what the language looks like, because I think it's looks like a pretty good little macro language here. Okay. I'll say probably just not playable. Alright, card game engine. Let's start the clock. Because you gotta get through all these games in 4 hours, I need to spend 8 minutes on each. But okay, let's do... So we got some info on it. Let's see. There are plenty of options over this hackathon. Implemented Go Fish. Let's see. So... do I know what yarn is? I don't think I do. Program. I don't think it's a is it a package manager? I don't understand. Okay, so it's JavaScript. That makes sense. Is there an exe for my simple little brain? But okay, let's see what the language looks like. Okay, so there's some existing engines for the Magic the Gathering game. Oh, okay. So this is an engine. So this is an example of the engine for Magic the Gathering. So API similar to Lichess, which means each action or update would need to be handleable one at a time after the game has already been initialized. Okay. So you can make a game engine in any language. So looping over each entry. Okay, so it has a bunch of... So they're basically describing taking the rules of an actual game and converting them into code. And now they're drafting their own specific language to describe, I'm pretty sure, like, all of the logic of these possible rules. And then there's Go Fish. Oh, wait. So is this the whole language? So flowchart, left, right, subgraph, player 1, P1, C1, hand. P1C2, revealed sets and subgraph. Player 2. I'm also going to enable JavaScript to see... Okay. This makes a bit more sense. So while there are only 52 cards in a deck of playing cards, compared to the numerous printed Magic cards, the zones that cards can fall into is similar, albeit at a simpler scale. Okay, so it's describing basically all of the possible zones for each of these. Let's see. So... Okay. So basically, the language divides it into player and global scope, the gameplay, and the effects, it seems. Add property to player life number. Add property to game storm count number. Okay, Okay, so they're looking at it like a database right now. Admittedly, I'm skimming this so quickly that I basically am I have nothing. I have no knowledge of anything. You know, it would be quite interesting how... So they're defining the properties here as if it's SQL, and then they're using this, or defining these in Lisp. And I'm curious if that's a deliberate, or if that's like how the language would actually be implemented, or if this is just for the hypothetical examples. Okay, yeah. It is the actual, like, implementation, basically. That makes sense. Yeah, I think it'd be good to have multiple sort of domain-specific languages within one game. You know, each that's best suited for defining the possible things. Okay. Okay, so basically have two compilers built into it. One for actually, like, defining these schema here. And basically, each player can have, like, piles and slots. And then there's also, like, the different players that can be programmed. So there's a third DSL for representing the cards that are in different piles, what the cards in the deck of playing cards when playing War, or the cards in the player's deck in Pokemon. Okay, I'm gonna see what the code looks like for Go Fish. Oh wait, no, this is Magic. Okay, so this must be it then. Okay, so we can have win and lose set up. Player loses if card is empty and the other hand has revealed more cards than them. Okay. And I need the music to be a little... I'll just make it quieter on my end again. I mean, admittedly, that completely, like, gaslit me into thinking the music was, like the volume was off on the music when it was quieter again, but oh well. Okay, so this is an interesting idea. I like that there's two languages. It seems like it can... Oh, okay. So he actually did get... Or they actually did get two bots playing here. Impressive. Let's star that. So yeah, let's see the game. So yeah, there's CGCL, which just describes the places where a player can put their cards and things like that. And then there is the CGDL, which it describes the rules for the game. I'm quite curious where the rules for each card would be encoded then. Because it seems like they actually were able to... Okay. This is where it is. So there's basically the card rules now. Okay, so I'll say this is card game engine. So quite impressive. So yeah, it seems to be quite featureful if they can actually like get like cards running, or like automatically running a full game of Magic. Interesting idea. Have a totally different syntax for effects, cards, inventory. Did I do this? Did I already star that? But okay, quite impressive. Alright, now, Cellbound. So, Cellbound is a logic puzzle that takes place entirely within a spreadsheet. Your goal is to edit each formula so that the cell values match the output. For the first few levels, the formula for the output will be shown. For the actual puzzles, the formula will be hidden. Cells contain only numbers. They can be decimal, hexadecimal, prefix, or binary. Okay. We got a lot here. So I'll probably have to come back to here every once in a while. Well, seems pretty clear. Oh, interesting. It also shows you the actual JavaScript that's implementing it internally for at least some of these. But okay. Okay. When everything matches, you can proceed to the next level. Okay, nice. The formula function reference stays here. So cells may contain formulas. Formulas begin with the equal symbol. They contain math, numbers, and functions. Any of the standard JavaScript math functions will work. Okay, and that's why these are here. So these are the built-in math functions, and then it has these custom functions. And so it shows you the exact implementation of these. Nice, okay. So equals 2 times 3 plus 4. So right now we're just basically a typing game to figure out the actual implementation of things. I'm curious. Okay. So we don't need to actually have the... So it's case insensitive. That's nice. Okay. Formulas can operate on numbers, booleans, and strings. Okay. Cat sat on plus hat. This reminds me that I should get my own spreadsheet editor back, like, or more easy to work with. Because I've done so much programming language stuff, but I haven't actually gone back to that and, like, made it look good. Or, like, made it work well. Because it's so verbose. And also doesn't update based on dependencies. So desired output in 2. So I think what we can do... Okay, yeah. So we have the classic referencing variables here. Interesting. So this is row 0, column -1. Is that because it's... So what if we did RC 0 here? What does that mean? So formulas can contain references. References have the form R1C1, where 1 can be replaced with a row and column. Indices start at 0. Negative indices go from the final row or column. Okay. So basically, -1 means we are going from here to here. So that's the exact same as 0. Huh? I guess it's not. Oh, wait. Okay. It's because -0 wouldn't be any... Like, that doesn't mean anything. Because that's the same as 0. Okay, that explains it. So -1 is the right side. And 0 is the left side. And then you can go from here, so -2 would be this one. Okay. R2. Oh, okay. So we can have... So what is... So this RC0... Does that mean that it defaults to 0? Alright, so the row and or column can be omitted to refer to the current row or column. Okay. So this is the current row, column 0. So that would be basically here. Okay. So yeah, RC is that. Okay. Previous level introduced absolute references like R10C2. Formula references can also be relative rather than absolute. Relative references are enclosed in square brackets, so one cell to the right is RC1, and one cell to the current, or in the current row and row above is R-1C. Okay. So yeah, let's start with 1 and 2. And we're getting this value. And then we're getting that value. And then we'll crisscross. So we're getting negative, so we're getting the row minus this. So that is just the same row. So I'm pretty sure this is just this. Had a bit of, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that wasn't quite right. Because I was thinking columns. Okay, so this is to the power of R-1, C-2 plus. So this is column left. So this is the left column plus 1. Okay, so now I'm curious. So now that you know the basic formula and references work, it's time for the first challenge. Guess the mystery function based on its outputs. Okay, so we need to figure out probably sine of R-1C. Okay. What is the programming language called? I'm not sure exactly. Let's actually see. So it's So the game is Cellbound. I'm gonna add this. I guess neat stuff. Because yeah, I like a little spreadsheet. But I don't think the language itself has a name. Huh. Why would this not be here? Oh, okay. It's because it's not there yet. This must be a private repo. But okay, I'm gonna call this Cellbound. I'd say full game. Yeah, it seems to be a fully featured spreadsheet language. Or I guess I don't know what a fully featured spreadsheet language would really entail, so I'm gonna say solid spreadsheet language. Looks like. Oh wait, Cellbound. But okay, that's all the time I can give it right now. But that's another one that I'd like to come back to. But okay, TRON written in InterState. Let's start the clock. So let's see, I'm curious about the thing, so let's get that soon. Okay, so Cell, player 1 fill. Let's see, I wonder if there's a way to get a full page. But okay. So Cell, player 1 up fill. Cell, player 1 down fill. Let's just start the game. Okay. Ooh, no scroll bar. We'll have to basically, like, shrink this down anytime we need to see the game. But okay, so it seems like what we do is anytime we go like these directions, we fill it with red. And then we have anything that's here, we fill pink. Grid 40, 40 empty. Right, it's a tick. Action player up, action player down, action player right. So we can go up, right, left, and down. Action walls halt. I think I can do, Let's see what it looks like on the blog. It might be easier for me to understand. But okay, so basically it is sort of like, reminds me again of ToadPon. But we can start here. Okay. So snake. The entire game state is present on the screen. So we should have the ability... Okay. There are arrow key inputs. Oh, I see. This is just the movement, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah. Let's double check this. So I think what I need to do is when we start, I can then do that. Okay. And this is a two-player game, where one player would control WASD and the other player would control the arrow keys. But okay, so we're getting more than one game here. Okay, and now we can eat food. Aha. There's a funny thing where the trail does not follow us, and that's because there's behavior missing. Yep. So, implementing Snake was proving to be more complicated than expected. The biggest challenge is making sure the tail segments know where the previous segment is. Ah. I didn't want to enhance the language so implementing Snake would become easier. Or possible. Okay. So it seems like their challenge was basically... So that's why it's a TRON game rather than a Snake game. Because in TRON, the trails are always known. Or basically the trails are persistent. So that way the trails don't have to like know where the like previous trail segment is and figure out, you know, how to do things like that. Okay. So the language is very verbose, lots of similar code must be repeated to handle user inputs and all the possible movement directions, but it works. Yeah, I guess the next step would be to figure out how to make, like, a macro for things like, you know, doing player stuff like this. But it's a fully featured little thing. So yeah, let's see what the other things are. Neat. And then there's Sokoban. There's a lot of little games in here. This is a full featured little thing. Look at that, we can push these. I'm curious how much language there is, or how much code is here. I like these little resizable text boxes. I just like this format for like a game blog or like a development blog. This is basically what I aspired to do with my game. Because yeah, I think it's so useful for presentation to just have a little widget you can just plug in and like, here's the game with some code. But okay. So I decided to call the language InterState, interacting states. Okay, so you can have grids, you can have cells, and then ticks. So how frequently the game updates. Then for each cell there can be an action, and that does some stuff, either setting, executing, or doing all things here. So I think it seems like all does, so for every cell it does an action, you know, of a particular cell type. Input. When outside action, okay, so let's see that. That makes sense? So like arrow up does all players move up. And then that does player move down 0, 1. Interesting that we actually have... Oh, whoops. It doesn't have its own undo buffer. I messed it up. I beefed it. Okay. Okay, so I only implement a single shape type for cells, fill. SVG allows to use more than pixels. Oh, so these are SVG files as well. And we have like 10 seconds left of the program. But okay, yeah. So we can see here, it's a little SVG file. But okay, let's pause that. Because yeah, we only had about 20 seconds left on the clock. Alright, that's a nice way of doing code like that. Little pixel grids. But okay, let's call that TRON/InterState. So fun. Or let's say playable demos on the blog. Or, let's say, lots of demos on the log. In fact, I'll give a double smile because I like that. I like that the blog mixes in all of those things there, and you can just like mix in things. But yeah, I think more blogs, like more tech blogs, should have little interactive demos. So, neat language. Reminds me of Toad Pond. We got a lot of Toad Pond likes. So, a macro system. Slash direction. I guess, what would I call it? Direction generics? Call it that. But okay. So how close are we to actually doing all of the, we're like 3 hours in, and we're substantially less than halfway through all of these. But okay, Call of the Void. On the clock. You hear the call. Will you answer it? Arrow keys to move. Otherwise, use the key X. Okay. Nice little simple game. Programming language. So, this game was built with a custom programming language and JavaScript game engine as part of the Langjam 2025. Look at this, we're in a whole little world. Right on my computer. Technology is incredible. Alright, let's see where we need to go. And I'll give myself a couple minutes to play the game, and then we'll spend a little bit more on the language itself. Requires fire potion, okay. So we must discover the fire potion, which will make us immune to the fire to get into there. And we must use the water potion to get over the water, perhaps. But okay, aha, I see the fire potion here. Fire potion. But okay, now what I want. I shall destroy the fire and go here. Lesser Void. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Requires 2 lesser voids. Okay. So there's another place where we need to discover the void. But alright. While we do that, let's learn a little bit about the language here. Oh wait. I wanted to have both of these. Well, I guess I won't multitask then. But okay, let's see what the programming language looks like. So there's unit, which is basically for void, I'm assuming. Boolean, integers, colors, and strings and images. So bool is true, int is 1, color is that. String hello world. So we have lists of types. And we can add them to a list. We can pop from the list and delete items. We have structs, enums, variables, all the hits, statements, conditions even. Actually, I'm curious what the difference between a condition and a when is. I guess it's more just like a convenient way of wrapping chains of if-else. Alright. So you can match on enum types. The whens are checked for exhaustiveness. Functions with no return do not have a return type hint. Oh, okay. Functions that don't have a return statement don't need it. So function with returns must always return. The compiler checks that all flows return the required value type. Alright. So we can use standard, we can use other helper. Okay, let's see the source code for the game. That'd be nice. Game. Alright, lots of scripts. So yeah, there's a full-on language here. So yeah, in the remaining 3 minutes, can I beat the game? Let's speedrun. So we need to go around the lake up to... Oh, wait, no. We need to go the other way. Because, yeah, the fire potion is up by the shrine. Boom. Fire potion. And then once we get the fire potion, we don't actually need to get back to... Well, I should do this now, because otherwise... Again, it looks like we do have the ability to walk on water at some point. Because, yeah, we'll need to come back to here to get this. And that would let us also go across the lake. So I bet you what we do is we find a way around to the other side of the lake. And from there, we're then able to Metroidvania across, get the Lesser Void, and cross back over, creating a shortcut. Or maybe we make a bridge of some sort. But okay, back at the start. Let's be thorough. Yeah, so we can't go there. Can't go there. Nothing that way. There is something up this way, though, but that just leads us in a circle, actually. This is just a little, like, pond. At least I'm pretty sure that leads us in a circle. Oh, wait, I know what it is. That, fire path. Or the house that was on fire. It has, It had a back door, didn't it? I remember that. No, it did not. I thought there's a way that down here. So what do we do elsewise? So we can't go through the rocks. A mystery. Oop. Okay. So a tiny little Zelda game. So that is Call of the Void slash... What's the game? Or what's the language called? Because we can start that. So the language is statically typed, JavaScript, so I think there is no name for it. Unless it's in here. Okay, nice. But okay. Call of the Void /LG, because that was the extension that it had. So I'm going to say little Zelda game. Let's say little adventure game. And then pretty fully featured language. Oh, I didn't even get to map 2. But okay. Adventure game, fully featured language. So it's a kind of, I guess a kind of C-like language. It has records and things like that. Or let's say fleshed out. Because yeah, it's hard to say fully featured if I don't know what the features it has are, and if it's full of them. But okay. Nice work there. Engineering diplomacy. So I'm curious how this works. So, Engineering Diplomacy is a text-based conversational game developed for Langjam. In this game, players engage in diplomatic negotiations to resolve conflicts, gather resources, and achieve strategic goals. Okay, so that was the plan. The actual is, Engineering Diplomacy is the beginning of a textual game, but within a meta-interpreter of scheme that is inspired by, or inspired from kernel. Okay, where syntax rule and syntax case may have been replaced with VAU procedures as known as operative. The game is a textual game that can be played in a terminal. It does not require an internet connection or access to a large language model. Okay, let's see how this runs. Because I'm curious how to build it. Also, my hard drive is like not functioning. Okay, there we go. It took it a few minutes there. Also, why do I keep like not having my games or like not like closing this folder? What's wrong with me? But okay. So we need a scheme runtime, and I don't think I have one. Oh wait, I should start the clock. We gave it some extra, whatever it is. But okay. Can be assumed that all schemes run on Linux and almost all on the BSD. So the following schemes explicitly claim to support Windows, generally via MinGW. I hope I don't have to install MinGW to get this working, because if that's the case, it's kind of gonna be not feasible. Oh wait, I have Racket. Don't I? Dr. Racket? I thought I did. But okay, let's do... Can we install an executable on Windows? So, binary installer, this installer, pre-compiled MinGW version. Okay, that'd be good. I guess I'll just do an installer. Okay. I accept the terms of the BSD license, or Apache license, or whatever that is. We don't need a desktop there. Install. So gouache. I'm going to have a lot of things here. But alright. It should be pretty lightweight though, because Scheme is not like a huge language. But okay, let's see if we got gouache. What I'll do is open in terminal. So let's see, actual about the jam. Alright, let's see if I can. term gouache. Gosh. What? When did we get Dr. Racket? What the heck is gosh, no console? Okay, so we can do that. Gosh, ed. Okay, ignoring unrecognized hash bang directive Ches scheme. Okay. Cannot find Ches scheme. So while compiling, import only Ches scheme, exit import, interaction environment. So it looks like it only works with Ches scheme, or it's basically, it seems like what it's trying to do is if we have Ches scheme installed, it does something different. Like it imports these functions. But the problem is our scheme implementation doesn't understand that this is only for Ches scheme. So it's like, let's not bother with that. At least I think that's what's happening here. So let's just look at Ches scheme. Okay, I think what I can do is let's see if I can this is a standalone exe. Let's just download it. We got a minute or so. We got 3 more minutes. I can install Ches scheme. Terminal window somewhere here. Huh? Does it like... Hang on. Wait, actually, why is it... It automatically opens the unthreaded version of it, but okay, where is it? Program files, Ches scheme. Okay, so it's just called scheme. I guess it's not just called scheme. Program files, Ches scheme. Bin. Okay, how do we Ches scheme run file. Okay, so I think what I have to do is... Wait, why is there an ampersand here? What? What? Token ed.cm. I see. Do I have to... Okay, I get it. Oh, right. Double quotes. How do we run the game? Library ed. Okay, export main. So I think what I do is main. Variable main is not bound. Do I do ed main? No, I don't. I have no idea how to actually run the thing. So R to stop execution. So we can load file name. Well, I gave it an old college try. I actually didn't see really the language at all either. So I should probably, like, look up what the language actually looks like. Like, is it the markdown files? No, I don't think so. I think what it is there's a language inside of here. Returns a procedure from the specified library. Okay. So I think there is a different Lisp that is built inside of here. What's venv? Okay, I see. Was there actually a way to run this? I don't think so. But okay, I'll say couldn't figure it out. So it seems to be some sort of Lisp-like language inside Scheme. That's what I'm assuming it is. But okay, we got mine, and I showed that one off at the start. Ship.cool. So, ship.cool is essentially Space Invaders, written in an interpreted language coulang. Coulang. So, requirements. Only works on Linux when you need Raylib and Ninja. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see. I guess if it's explicitly not playable, what I'll do is I'll create a timer for 4 minutes. Under the assumption that, like, if I'm playing it in my mind, I can play it at double speed. But okay, so it's a little Space Invaders-like game or Galaga-type game where you move around and shoot things, I'm assuming. You shoot the cooloids. I like the health. Okay, so up and spacebar are your 2 firing modes. Maybe I should have streamed on Linux, but I don't actually have my stream set up there. But okay, let's see what coulang looks like. Nice. Interesting that CL is interpreted. I guess it must be interpreting this as Common Lisp. Okay, and it knows, I'm assuming these are just comments for the sake of the reference here. And so these would all be like native functions that it can now reference and understand. Okay. Window width, window height. Okay. Okay, so there's a little free list of missiles, and then we just put our missile in there. Alright, and then we go through our missiles and we update those. Delete them and do all that stuff. Okay, this seems like a serious little language. Reminiscent of Go. But okay, we initialize our stuff, we go through, then we run the frame. And then we unload everything. Seems perfectly reasonable there. So what is the... I'm curious what the compiler is written in now. Is it all C? I think it is. Okay, nice. That'd be a lot of work. Okay. We only have 17 seconds left, so I'll just pause that. But okay, I'll call that another, let's say, coulang. So, Linux only. Could not play. But the language looks to be pretty, again, another C-like language that's pretty fully featured. Oh yeah, and also ship.cool. Alright. Cube sacrifice. I'm gonna have so many, like, random things installed. Okay. Let's see. So this is a language called Wolf, and a compiler called Howl. And then there's a game library in JavaScript, and the compiler's in Haskell. That makes sense. Okay, and it seems like... Okay, so basically the Haskell turns the intermediate representation into JavaScript. That makes sense. Let's run it. Cube sacrifice. Press Z to start. So I'm curious. Oh, look at that. Okay, so what is our control? You can also die with X. Aha! And that's the key to this. Oh, wait, no. Basically what I thought was... Huh, so how do I get over this? Is the game running faster than it should be? Okay, because it seems... Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so for some reason my first dead body just disappeared. Like, I thought that was the gimmick. Oh, I died. There we are. Aha. Oh, wait. Oh. Some minor bugs where things like, it seemed like when I died to the spikes, my body did not appear anywhere. Okay. I wonder if that was the end. But okay, kept simplifying until I could complete in about the 10 hours I had. Okay. Let's see how the game looks. Because it looks to be a slightly C-like, or a slightly Lisp-like language. Huh, I'm quite curious how this works, so... Okay, so each level has a tick function, and then what we can do is we can change to another level. I'm curious where those are defined. If there's like, maybe that's built into the language. But okay. Our level here has another tick function, so... Fascinating. Door image. I like the syntax here of like just having the variable name and then all of its little parameters here. So var 2D collision map. I'm curious why this one needs the this var specification here. Maybe it's because it's different than like declaring a field of a thing. Interesting. But okay, our hero has an image, and it does collision in physics, and it is alive. Oh, it's funny. I wonder why the door has... I wonder what alive means then, for things other than the player. I guess maybe it's just to keep the, to keep things consistent. But okay, so bad guy follows the player around. So our HUD, lives. Okay. So it seems like there are two levels. That was not me dying by accident. Okay, we got our little collisions here. I'm curious how it actually maps the spikes then. But okay. I'll call that a solid language. Because yeah, let's say, let's close this. I've deleted my save for box space. And this one is Cube Sacrifice. I win. So I beat the game. First game beaten. So let's say a curious Lisp-like language. And we do got 2 minutes on the clock, but I beat it. And we also are already at like 3.5 hours. I should pick up the pace. The Metastructure. But okay, that was a solid one. There's something about the syntax I find compelling to, I actually forgot to write it down. Whoa. Okay, we recovered a videotape of Agent Blank, MIA, during an exploration of the Metastructure. Arrows to move, space to toggle flashlight, and enter for thing. Fancy. Agent instructed to walk slowly. Oh. Feel censored. Okay, I see. Hostile entity. Inactive when not directly illuminated. I see, okay. So basically I need to keep the entity at bay. Let's go F11. Oh. I like that we can see ourselves still when we're here. But okay, enter does that. Okay. Yeah, having the game be on the browser makes it a lot easier to play, though admittedly that does mean that you're now limited to whatever can compile to the browser. What are we looking for? Do we go the other way? Am I out of flares? I think I'm out of flares. I'm curious if I can go down here, for example, if I press the down key. Okay, that's how you do that. So basically you can go through all of those like partial floors by just holding down. Oh. Okay, and there's a cooldown for the flares. Oh, spooky thing. Okay. Actually, I did see something illuminated over to the right, I think. Oh. Did I see something? Yeah, I think, like, for example, I can drop down... Oh. Up there, yes. Okay, there is something over here. Some spooky thing. Oh, it's just a lovely lake. That's a nice effect. The like chromatic aberration on the reflection adds a lot to it. Actually, that's making me think, a monochrome game with heavy chromatic aberration does look quite nice. Nice. Okay, so Moon Lake. Subject has reached Metastructure top layer. Glowing moon-like sphere is blank. How much time do we got, though? I only got 1 more minute left for the game. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. I'm at the end. Oh. Who are you? Are you a friend or foe? Subject reanimated again after blank hours. Signs of psychological distress noted. Aha. And I see the metastructure builds up like this. Do I need to talk to this guy again? Or do I destroy him? Hostile entity. Moonstalker. Relentless and blank but slow. Anatomical integrity restored after blank hours. Panic attack subdued after blank minutes. Oh. Subject blank in the dark. So I need to figure out a way to get past these goons. Uh-oh. So yeah, where do we go now? Well, I see something. But okay, I guess I'll just keep going up. Well, I guess I won't go up. Okay. But... oh, we only have 2 minutes. Okay. So we gotta do... we gotta see what this is. So I'm gonna add that to collection neat stuff. And I'll star this. I keep forgetting to star packages, but okay. TSGL is documented in the language manual. Crazy how much stuff people were able to do in a week. There's a lot more than I could do. But okay, file scope. So, actually a full-on, this processes a file path.ts file as TSG and makes all exported entities available, prefixed by name. Okay. Interesting. So this function is called exactly 60 times a second and must be declared above the location of any calls. There are 2 syntax variations of this statement, specifically for specifying the render and step functions. Okay. So there's kind of these macros, or like meta functions. Interesting. This defines a text resource. Its only use is defined... Okay. Sprite array function text at function scope. Oh, wait, okay. That's for this above here. So this statement defines a shader program. This is described in more detail in the shader scope section. That's pretty cool. You can define your own shaders in here. This is an interesting language. It seems to be TypeScript-like, but it has some strange new features here. So yeah, let's go... Actually, let's go to the game. What does the game look like? Because it seems to be, perhaps, I'm curious what exactly it is. It seems to be TypeScript plus some things. And I'm not sure where the TypeScript begins and the language ends, I guess. Oh. Let's go to the TSGL function. Okay, so it's a full parser. And what does it generate exactly? Okay. Okay, I think what it does is it's parsing it and generating its own thing, and then it turns that into TypeScript. But alright, the metastructure. Slash TSGL. So, interesting game. Nice graphics. And a smile to say that I could actually play it. And then, the languages, so something like TypeScript with some extra, I guess, like macros slash meta functions, which I guess makes sense since it's a meta structure. Okay. So Space Blaster. Space Blaster's itch.io page. This game was created for Langjam Gamejam. Let's run the clock. So a very simple space bullet hell shoot 'em up. But simpler than mine, I doubt it. So up and down are movement, and Z is start. Alright. I like this. It's like, Space Invaders with a bit more excitement in it. Or I guess a Galaga type. It's impressive how, like, completely chaotic the game gets. Oh, and there's still bullets, I think, from the previous game. Or maybe they already started blasting. Alright. Okay, I think I saw this language in the Discord server. So, it has a more, it has an interesting syntax, or like interesting semantics here. So we have these entities. And yeah, you can see here they have a tick function and a draw function. And it has some sort of composition where it's using this object, or like using that component, I think. Feature incomplete game-oriented script. So this is, we'll call it UPL. So Space Blaster, I'll start this one. So, Space Blaster / UPL. So I'll say, so yeah, fun little Galaga-like. So, okay. We got constructors. Okay, when the game starts, it executes a top-level constructor. That makes sense. So code cannot appear at the top level of a file. Sprites. So entities can draw graphics to the screen using sprites. Okay, and that's why they were so chunky, is because they're drawn by these hard-coded sprite symbols. I like having these sort of like blocks that are very specific to whatever you want. So instead of like having to specify a string and then having some sort of complicated system, you just have like, you know, whatever syntax you want inside your little block. You might as well go crazy with it. Similar thing here. So sharp flats are not supported, only A through G. Fair enough. I suppose what you would do is you would just have like the actual like pound sign on the right, or like a lowercase b. Like, I guess the syntax would probably be pretty simple. And then, I guess that's just one of those things that wasn't a priority. But okay, creating the sound does not immediately play it. Sounds have to play. Okay, sounds have a play function. Okay, control flow. Fair enough. No else, though. Sorry. Loop over array items using each. Okay. I like that. It's interesting to me. I wonder if requires parentheses, or if it's just the quirk, or if it's just in this example. But okay, all data is contained within entities. After defining an entity, it can be spawned as many times as you like with the spawn expression. Entities can include logic variables which persist until the entity is destroyed, and functions that can be called by other entities, or this. Okay, tick is executed, then draw. Use an entity block to define an entity. So to store data across ticks, use var to define instance variables, which must begin with @. Instance variables are initialized with null by default, so you may want to assign them a sensible default in the constructor. If you'd like to organize logic within the entity or expose logic to other entities, you can define it with func. Okay, yeah. Deduplicating logic. Use the use keyword. Okay, and that's how that works. So it's basically something between composition and inheritance. Or I guess like Ruby's concept of mix-ins, where basically you get all of the fields of whatever you're mixing into it, but you can then mix in several things, presumably. Though, then again, it was made in a week, so it might not have support for that. But okay, if you have entity x, then x.all returns an array of all currently existing instances of x. So no strings, simple control flow, no line comments, things like that. No formal import. Tick/draw distinction is somewhat arbitrary. And that makes sense. So yeah, basically right now the distinction is like completely hypothetical. In a future version of this, you might have ticks that are running, you know, at a fixed time step, like in many engines, and then draw is just called whenever the screen needs a new frame. But alright. Let's call that pretty good I'd say a well-considered language for games, specifically. I like that there's the... So I like that there's blocks. Because yeah, I could see someone using that to make similar games in the future. And we got 30 seconds on the clock, so let's call that it. The board game language. Alright, so let's at least see what the language looks like. I'm curious what the download will be. Hopefully something I already have installed. Style CSS. TypeScript. I don't have Node. So what I'll do is, I'll just look at the language. Tutorial.bgl. Yeah, it looks like I gotta have, like, bun, and then probably Node to install bun, and then probably a TypeScript compiler. But okay. Board game language tutorial. Learn BGL by building interactive board games. So in BGL, everything visible is an object. Let's create a simple card. Every object needs at least one side with an own area that defines its shape. All coordinates are in world space. Draw your shapes starting near 0, 0. So this would go from 0 to 100 to 150. So it's basically a blue rectangle. That's 100 by 150. And then we would create a card 1. Oh, I see. We assert that we've created it. Actually, I'm curious. So it seems like this is pretty much specifically for testing. Like, because we have this function, I assume, called created, where we make sure that we can create these. But okay, objects start at world origin with no rotation in scale 1. To place the card on screen, we use a transform. Okay. Assert that, so the card is now visible at 100 by 200. So moving, rotating, and scaling. Looks like we can rotate things, and we can have multiple sides to cards. So, for example, this has a front side, and we don't define a back side yet. Update individual components. That makes sense. So yeah, we can update, basically it seems like as many components as we want each time. I'm curious how that's done internally. Like, is it that there's a function called transform that has like arguments like position and rotation, and then you can just have as either all of them or none of them? Or maybe there's some sort of object called transform card 2, and we're setting fields on it. But okay. We have a green card now. Huh. So after positioning it, the bounding box is this. Okay, so everything has a bounding box as well. The rectangle is rotated like this. Property symbol is star. Okay, and they have some nice, I'm assuming that these are built-ins, like a star is just a thing that it lets you have. That makes sense, yeah. Object game board. So placing other objects inside containers, detecting which part of an object was clicked. Okay. So this way we have like a big tan square, or a big tan rectangle. And we have this, just the two sides. Okay, an own area is basically the visuals, and then area here is the actual, like, subdivisions of it. Assert object at that. Okay. So I wonder if you could do, like, object, like if you could do that, for example. And then that just says it's at the own area. Since own area seems to be just a visual thing, that might not work. At left slot, game board position move. Okay. Oh, okay. And when you move objects that are on top of a board, they move with it. Fun stuff. Oh yeah, was there a game built into this? I forget. Oh wait, no, it's just this. I suppose it would be, actually, I'm curious if there's anywhere the game would be. Because it seems like it'd be good to, since it's TypeScript, to bundle it as a web game. But okay, I'm going to pause there, though, because I think we've seen most of it. Yeah, let's say, board game language. So yeah, I don't want to install Node. I've tried installing things a few times, and I don't think it's ever worked. I don't think a single thing that I've installed is actually, like, led to playing a game. But okay. I'd say an interesting language for... Seems nice. Dungeon-specific language. I got a notification. I'm so excited. But okay. Let's see the game. So the Great Dungeon Journey. Oh yeah, I should start the clock as well. Journey through 12 chambers from left to right. Each room is guarded by monsters and contains treasures. Reach the Sanctuary of Wisdom at the end to meet the Ancient Wisdom Keeper. Arrow keys, space, and enter. Use shift arrow keys to pan the camera across a large world. Interesting. So I want diamonds, I assume. Intro guide. Skulls attack, red goblins obstruct. Use the enter key to fight them. Diamonds heal. Enemies get progressively harder. You may have to outrun opponents to get to your goal. Okay. So what we're doing here... Where is our goal? Who is our goal? Let's get a diamond. I wonder if there's a symbol that I would have used instead of diamonds for potions. Because, yeah, I'm surprised that, for example, the goblins are just an obstruction rather than, the skulls, for example. Or rather than attacking us. But okay, we can attack. Alright, we got the potions. Oh, I see, okay. I thought that I had 2 health bars for some reason. And so that I needed the diamonds there. But no, I'm actually just making short work of all the enemies. Boom. Ninja Orc. Yeah, it's weird that they're called orcs when these are there. You know, there's literally goblins, but they're literally just like walls, basically. Like, can I even interact? Oh, I can. That doesn't really do anything, does it? I guess that's for grinding. But okay, what's our status? Got some stuff, quest status. Okay. Oh, wait. That actually saves it there. But okay. Game I created. Emoji base to gain the wisdom of the ancient wisdom keeper. In Sanctuary of Wisdom. So the language is a specialized to a particular domain. But okay, let's see what it looks like. But okay, world is that. LLM is that. Interesting. Grass at all, house there. If user has 10 experience, then level up. Alright, let's call that dungeon specific language. So, playable. Let's see. So at world start we have... I'm curious what the other syntax would be. Yeah, because it seems almost natural, like it seems very native-ish. So I'm curious what the compiler looks like. Okay. Current char, advanced, read this. Read identifier, tokenize. Say we tokenize there. Yeah, I will say an interesting sort of, interesting, almost native, or like English-esque language for this type of game. Let's do that there. But alright. Oop. Alright. Reset the clock. CODEBUSTER. Okay, so pretty simple language, which in turn was written using Python. So DSL is here. Let's see, I wonder if this will work. Okay. Let's see it. There it is. So our status. So I need to figure out what the commands are. So analyze, query, and send. So invalid analysis target. You must specify a single letter, e.g. analyze A. So I think what we have... Okay, so I think it's these. F? Okay, group count in bug. Oh, I see. I should probably prioritize M. It's basically Space Invaders. But okay. So we have lane numbers. K... Interesting. So now what I need to do is query for specific letters that require an extra step to deal with. Send to clear your clear code to a specific lane and clear a bug. So I want to clear M. Clear one. Send one. Invalid use of send. You must specify a lane and a 5-digit number to send it, like this. Okay, so let's analyze M again. So MJIKW. Some bugs. In code maps, columns and rows are flipped. In the instance there, +1 is added to the total count, so if a bug has 3 letters in this group, the correct value would be 1 belonging to 4. So M... So I need to analyze... I? Wait, I was hoping that it would put it near the center. Let's see. How do I... Query M? Why does it have to be one of those? So to clear, you need to use 7. I don't think I'll be able to figure out what this game means in time. So what I'm going to look for is I'm going to look at pretty simple language. Let's look at the game. Okay, so that sets our windows as characters, our info box. Okay. I'm curious what this apostrophe Y means. Oh, it's probably like character literals. Yeah, you can see here. That makes sense, because if you're doing things in the terminal, you'd probably want, like, text a lot of the time. So, okay, while line I is less than or equal to 16, we would draw, for example, this would draw our H lanes, or this would draw the horizontal lines by the lane width right here, like that. So yeah, I'll say, what should I say? CODEBUSTER /PSL. So I like the language here. I'm interested in this syntax. Because yeah, it seems to be a C-like language, but it has this very, like, low special character syntax, and I like that. And then what would I say otherwise? I guess I just can't understand the game. It's playable. So I guess that earns a smiley face, though. Alright, nice work there. Solar escape. So this must be the whole file, then. Oh wait, I should probably reset the clock now. Because yeah, we had a minute left, but I'm also going to think, if I can figure out a game's vibe, I should probably not spend, like, 5 more minutes on it. What am I looking for? TRA. Interesting. Interesting that this is declared first, and then it runs. I wonder if that's because there's like a keyword to say this is the main function, and then we set it. But okay, while shouldn't close, game loop. I see. Okay. So I think what this is these are functions, so this shouldn't close. Okay, I like this syntax. But okay, let's actually, have I started the clock yet? Let's start another timer for 5 minutes now. Let's go double time, basically. Okay, so that was Tetra. Or Solar Escape? Oh wait, I see how to work it. What we actually do, so I'm going to close that. I have deleted my progress. So Tetra, Windows, game.tra. Okay. Left and right to move. Use the green boosters to escape. Space to play. Escape to the sun. Okay, so it's a pretty simple little, challenge game, basically. Alright. Okay. Fine little game. Let's call that, Escape the Sun / Tetra. So yeah, it seems like based on your RNG, it can be like a few seconds to beat the game. But that's alright. Especially since we only had 1 week to make anything. But okay, I'll pause that. But yeah, I do like this language. I like how, again, it's sort of like the minimal syntax here. Of like, it can figure out that, so you don't need to have like so many nested parentheses. And I'm interested in the fact that I think what it's doing is this is basically a function that's being run. And so yeah, it has kind of a almost more of like a small talk syntax where like we have these blocks. That's, I assume, code being executed in the same way that a function is. And we have a kind of Lisp thing where it has the function at the start here, so we're multiplying. Oh, I'm curious. Okay, so yeah, it is a very Lisp thing. We're multiplying all of these by each other. Ah, okay. And here, they're using IFX to sort of, I think, both demo the fact that you can use infix notation, and because it makes it much more clear that, like, you know, greater than and less than are much more confusing if you have to do, like, basically, it seems like the way that it would be otherwise is that, which isn't bad, but it is a bit more confusing. So yeah, interesting language. I'm going to look, while we have time left, I'm going to see, is there more information on what the language is? So the source code can be there. So I created the language Tetra and implemented the game here, Cellarscript. Alright. What is program.tra? I'm assuming a very simple... Oh, interesting. So we can have these sort of mixing things. Yeah, this is an interesting language. It's kind of Lisp-like, since it does have, like, you're freely manipulating the syntax as well. I'm also curious about these args. So, okay. So it seems like basically functions don't list their arguments here. They're basically just applied here internally. Yeah, curious language. Yeah, because it's sort of Lisp-like with its metaprogramming, but it's definitely more like imperative, I guess. Yeah, it looks more like C. What a novel idea. But okay, so we got GPTLang, finally, at long last. It is funny that both of the LLM heavy games both have Medium articles. I wonder what... I don't actually know the correlation there. Is Medium like the site for LLM? But okay, how do we do this? So requests and python.env. So project setup, venv script activate. Let's see. API keys to connect to OpenRouter has been intentionally provided to facilitate testing. Alright. Well, let's try it. CD, what is it? GPT? What was it called? Submission. Okay, so Python. Oh wait, I should run the clock. Let's see. Alright. Python n benv. And that just gets the requests and it gets the that whatever thing we had. Whatever the requirements were. Yeah, python.env and requests. Did that work? Okay, there it is. Took a little bit. Oh wait, what happened now? Am I missing something? What was venv supposed to do that it didn't do? Because I can still install the Python thing. But alright, let's go to activate. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I can just do, like, instead of venv, just do env. Okay, and then what I can do is I can do the pip install requirements. Because, yeah, I don't care about, like, clobbering my Python thing. I don't do anything with Python other than, like, run random garbage. Like, what is the last thing that I've actually used Python for? Where I guess download, what is that called? DL, the installing, like a web video downloader thing. But okay, let's see how to actually run this. I have no idea how to do it. Is it Python? Hang on. How do we run this? CLLAM, maybe? Actually, why is there a new line here? I'm just going to do that. But okay, Python exe can't open file, clam. That's because I needed .py here. Not a directory? Would we do this then? Okay, generated my game main.py. So now what I can do is... Actually, let's see what the actual game looks like first. So intent. Patch 1, mode that. A neon study room where every correct sum gives you plus vibes. Okay, turn-based. Win condition, lose condition. Rules. You know what? Good luck. Good luck, you foolish little thing. Godspeed to you. Let's see. Let's try that again. Oh, wait, no. There we are. Errors. Invalid value for target for output. Rust is not allowed. Okay, suggestions. Use one of Python. Vulkan is not allowed. Use one of ASCII Pygame. Well, you know what? I disagree with you. I'm gonna mess with you then. I feel like, at least for me, really the value of an LLM is to ask it to do things that are completely unreasonable. Like asking it to do things within its capabilities. That's not as fun. But okay, so let's look for one... Oh. Of. See, so input, validated, GPTLang, v1, AST. Okay, use world.c if randomness is used. Render must be ASCII, do not use Pygame. Okay. Well, let's not fiddle with it too much. Let's see what the game was actually supposed to be. Okay, Python, my game main. See, a neon study room where every correct sum gives you plus vibes. I'm gonna wait for 10,000 years. Alright. I am curious what the actual code looks like. Okay. Basically normal Python. Okay, close other tabs. Don't need to do that. Oh, wait. That was the wrong button. Wait. Where's my game? Oh, no. I think I closed every... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Okay. Actually, I didn't even really look at the LLM thing. Let's see, GPTLang. Yeah, it was playable. So I guess it gets a smiley face. I could learn how to use Python. Let's see, for the language itself, I feel like with a chat GPT based thing, I suppose it is good to have like significant constraints on it so that it doesn't try to generate things that it can't do. So it's working within the limitations of having the whole thing generated by ChatGPT. But at least for me, I think this is more of like a broader existential thing of like, I don't find prompting very fun. Especially when you can't like deliberately break it. So it's basically like prompting with training wheels on. Slash like limitations. Yeah, because for me, the best use that I've found for chatbots was there was that game I'm Not a Vampire that came out a while ago, where basically the gimmick of the game was all the characters were chatbots, and so it was fun to basically like speak nonsense at them until their little brains broke. So basically, if you don't let me break my toys, I don't have fun. What do I do? 7-zip. Extract to PyFy. So what is PyFy? It's very... Okay, we have a thing. Hello from the Pygame community. Huh, PyFy is... I'm curious what this is. Let's see what PFS says. Okay, so Pygame init. The board equals black for range in that. Create a shape. So I'm curious. Let's make this Python syntax. It seems very Python-esque. Because I think this might just be regular Python. So current shape equals clear shape, game equals that, game over equals false, pygame.font none. Yeah, I'm curious. Is this a... Maybe it's like a separate parser for Python, or... Oh, now it has a little icon, too. Let's see. Hello. So there's a path. I need a path here. Okay. So it is basically running a thing here. And we can do our classic... Oh, I'm curious what this is about. Or basically, how do I rotate, for example? Oh, space, okay. Easy enough. Oh, wait, did I remember to actually start the timer? Let's do 4 minutes. Because I think I've done a few things. So it seems like basically there's a Python-like language, but it's not actually Python. But it might be some sort of language on top of Python or something. Or it's just actually Python with a different extension. Because yeah, I can't tell if this is any different than regular Python. Yeah, I think it's just regular Python. I think it's just a game that can open up in Python. But it was playable. So not much to go off of, but hot honey loop, Pong. A game made using the Hot Honey Loop programming language. Alright, let's start that one up. So controls, W, S, I, and K. Okay, so it's a two-player. Alrighty, boom. Alright, I think I've gotten the gist of the game, but I do like that graphical thing in the center. Like the strange little connected network of spirals and in little wires. Oh wait, did I cheat? Oh no, it just sent it to the center. Okay. I believe... Oh wait. Wrong button. Oh, actually, hang on. So tab. So if we go back to here, it says tab is to graph view. And then there's other things? Oh, spooky. So you hold tab to switch to the spooky view. Oh, I see. It's meant to be a debug view, but because the lines are red, it just looks scary. And because they're also like less than a pixel wide, so they have little dots instead. So yeah, very angle or double type thing. Oh, and this is the program in some way. That's very fascinating, actually. Yeah, because you can see here all the actions that we're doing. That's actually very interesting. So yeah, I'm curious. So this is an open source game maker project that you can hear, with this being the custom language source code for the game. So yeah, let's put this under, let's star this. So Hot Honey Loop. Okay, so the actual input is pretty conventional. It's a very, very C-type language, Java. Well, C or JavaScript, I guess. Oh wait, hang on, but there are fancy things like this. I'm curious if this equals to is a bug, or if it actually is just not double equal sign, basically. But okay. So yeah, I'm very interested in the properties of actually drawing this loop here. So, the Hot Honey Loop aims to highlight the hot path of a program's execution as well as its changing values which display in the background of the game. Making Pong for this was a slight mistake as the game is primarily physics-based, which surprisingly does not branch its hot path or update variables often. That's a fun idea. So this is an entry for the jam? Okay. So total hours spent about 24. Yeah, this is quite impressive. So the language operates through integers and functions. That makes sense. That explains why there are so many integers and functions. But okay, I find this one very fascinating. So yeah, what is that? Hot Honey Loop / Pong. Well, I guess technically it's Pong / that, but I'm going to say playable. So the actual language is pretty conventional. You know, I think beautiful is the more accurate word, because what I really like is just the fact that it's like such a cool looking thing. And then of course you can have the spooky view. What was the other thing as well? There was a plus and minus. Okay, that's what it was. I think. Maybe it's numpad plus? Oh. Wow. Yeah. The fact that this is like a visualization of the program is very fascinating to me. And we can sort of like pull things in and out to sort of see them in more or less detail. Okay, so it starts from here. This is like our input, I'm assuming. Yeah, because we got WSAD stuff. And you can see those here, W and S, turn into this thing. Hang on. I'm going to go full view again. So yeah, W and S turn into something in here, which is F paddle process. And then there's these, I think, unnamed internal expressions, I'm assuming. Okay. I think that might be my favorite one so far, just because having that visualizer like that is very novel. Like, I haven't seen that really ever. Where most of the other things here, they could be interesting interpretation, or they could be interesting combinations of programming language features, but they're typically just regular features. But okay. We're a little bird. I didn't even check what this one is called. Oh, I see. This was Ragelang. I remember seeing that. Yeah, that was another one where I looked at it a little bit on the Discord. I wonder if there's... Oh, I see. I can flap as well. I think. Oh, I see. I probably need to, like, Oh, almost. So I need to figure out how to get to there. Maybe it's already too late. Maybe I'm out of... I feel like I can make that. I should show off the... Oh, wait. I need to run the clock. Alright. Yeah, I want to see... There's also... We need to check Ragelang. And this has the snazziest website of the languages so far. Oh wait, I should probably have the language operational. But yeah, the gimmick of it is that the actual code will physically fall over. So a little simple demo here. I'm kind of curious what happens, because basically what it does is when it processes, so for example, if I removed these, there should be, let's put a big floor. Basically there's a physical world, and this is the floor. So we can now go to processed, and we can see that these all fell. So all of those characters have now fallen, and it's created syntax errors for us. And so we can have more dots here. It's generous of them to not force us to type the white space. But yeah. And then there's quite a lot here. I wonder, there must be some sort of template that's, there must be a big template. I guess it could be generated. But okay. Because otherwise it seems pretty conventional. Actually, let's check what this actually looks like. Yeah, it seems to be sort of a JavaScript-like thing, dynamically typed, I'm assuming. And then you have relatively normal features. I'm curious if... I'm going to try to remove some of these extra characters here, just to play with the formatting a bit. Because yeah, you can see here, for example, it is getting... Yeah, let's just make a mess. Remove as many extra lines as we can. Yeah, if we process that, that's the result. I wonder if we could have it so that the results fall into place where exactly where we want them to be. But okay, I assume what we'd have to start with is like we just start building from the bottom to the top. Would we just have a bunch of periods here? And then what would we have? Would we have vertical bars like here? Oh, what we really need is the ability to highlight, hang on, actually, if I take this into... Let's make this JavaScript for now. Though, admittedly, that won't last for long. But if I did, for example... Now we can do things like this. And I think here we can just survive with a dot. Or maybe we do dot dot like that. I should make sure that my clock is running properly. I only have 20 more seconds, but if we process... Okay. So it seems like these operate on the same rules as this, where like we can have like, this now is supported by like both of these. Oh. Oh, I see. I did. Oh, wait, no. That's what I needed. Okay. This is a fun idea. I like this one. Say a Fledgeling and Ragelang. So that's a fun one. Foothar. I'm almost done with these, actually. Yeah, because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more. Okay, so what is Foothar? I see, this is going to be tricky. So we have basically X and M, kind of. You know, I probably should just be systematic about it. Is this one the one that was here? Okay. I don't remember. I don't think this is the actual... Yeah, that's a different one. And I think I did see the one that was there, but I've completely forgotten where it was. Did I see that one, or was I just clicking randomly before? I think I saw this one. Okay. Pretty straightforward match too, but I do like the little visual flourishes here. Ah, I mixed that one up. And I think it's also... I like the runes. I like the use of the runes here. Did I see that one before? I'd say the main downside is that because there's so many runes... Oh, wait. It's going to be hard for me to remember anything. Because, like, I know that I've seen this one before, but it's going to be, like... Okay, there we go. And I know that I've seen this one before, like here, or here. In one of these places. There we are. But okay. So in match 2, I'm curious what the language looks like. Where is it? So iframe here. Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, I don't need that. I need to inspect. So yeah, because I'm curious where the language exists. Maybe it was compiled into this HTML. Maybe it's in the Discord. But okay. I think... So, Foothar... So, playable? I can't see where the language is. I wonder if, Let's look this up. Because it might be on GitHub. Oh, not quite. Maybe on GitHub. Refurb Skull, write a compiler, user. I must see all of your repositories. Because I must discover where Foothar is. Maybe Langjam. Well, I can't find it. It might be on the Discord, but I don't want to, like, open up Discord on stream. Well, actually, I can just open it up on the side. Yeah, because there are people who've been posting, it seems, only on the Discord rather than in the itch.io page. So I'll give a good old college try, since it does seem quite polished. Let's see. Let's look for... Oh. Foothar. No, I can't find it. But okay, Soap Hero. Truly. I can tell just from the image that it'll be the perfect game. For a grown boy like me. Let's download this mysterious executable. Itch.io tried to warn me. It's 300 megabytes, but let's go to the... We should probably go to the what have you, the game page. Soap Hero. Step into a fun, chaotic world. We bubble shoot. We do things here. I don't think this is I don't think this is part of the Yeah, I don't think it's actually part of the Langjam. In fact, that might be what the deal was with PyFy. Let's see what the store page says. Well, no, it's in Langjam Gamejam. But okay. Mr. Soap. Not Jam. Actually, we need angry eyes. So yeah, Mr. Soap is not allowed in the within 500 yards of a school. But okay, Stacking Trouble is a game that attempts to recreate Stack Attack game that came preloaded on Simian phones. Check out the repository. So yeah, I think I must delete Mr. Soap from my computer. I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Soap. You are very suspicious. Where did I put... Wait, what did I do? Why did it not... Do I not have it? Oh wait, cancel. Am I stupid? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's check the README. Okay, similar thing. So, project is used Go. Windows are provided. Blah, run, okay. So, interestingly, that means we should be able to run our blah file. Okay. Let's try Python syntax highlighting. Not quite. JavaScript syntax highlighting? Almost there. Vaguely similar. Okay. We got our convenience functions. Okay. So we got a player. Interesting. Okay, so it's kind of a JavaScript-esque language where we have these generic objects that we can add objects or add properties to. And then I'm curious if there's a special meaning to self, or if that's just for like the sake of convenience. Oh wait, I should also set my timer. Oh wait, no, I do have my timer. Oh wait, no, my timer's for Mr. Soap still. It was about to end in 20 seconds. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be quite a JavaScript adjacent language, though it does have some interesting... Let's see. I'm curious about this. While x less than global. This is a big language, or this is a big game. Yeah, this is a whole new world here. But okay. So I want to get... Oh, I probably should have... Let's see. Hang on. Open terminal. So we will blah run game.blah, or stacking. I see. So I'm over here. Oh, okay, I see. I have a little space bar. However, I'm now trapped. Oh, no, I'm not trapped. Oh, okay, I get it now. I can push one block, and then I can jump up one block. So it's very basically discrete based, and I'm assuming my goal is to not die Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no. I'm fine. See, I'm curious what the rules are then. Or, like, where I gain points at. Yeah, this is another one that looks pretty fully featured. Also, my music died.
Welcome, user. Are you ready to begin?
See, is it full rows, or is it actually the opposite, where I basically make full columns? Let's see. Okay, that is our goal. And I bet you we gain more points. Oh wait, no, there are no... I was about to say, like, if we did, like, multiple lines in a row. Oh, I see. Okay, and that's how we lose. Nice, alright. So yeah, it's a full little thing. This is probably... I feel like this is the most code we've seen for one of these, you know, in a custom language. Because, you know, in my game, there's like 12 lines of code total. Actually, there's probably like 6. It does not have very much behavior in it. But okay. So, stacking trouble slash, blah. What was the language called? Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's more deliberately inspired by Python. So yeah, let's say stacking trouble slash blah. And so that is a Python slash JavaScript-esque language. Oh. And that was I lose. But it was playable. You know, I'll say I got 12 points. But okay. And that seems to be a pretty, like, feature complete, at least in terms of, like, making video game stuff. I'll say pretty robust. Because, yeah, the fact that you can make objects means that it's basically, I mean, it's basically JavaScript now. But okay, let's see the not game. So the Garlang. Let's see. Okay. So that was knots. So yeah, we got... Okay. Okay. So, what is our goal here? We are trying to figure out... I think I can swap any two? Okay, so it's not a sliding puzzle. Mercifully. It's a puzzle game where I need to figure out how these connect. Oh wait, I should probably start my timer. It is also quite a nice looking game. Like, I like the art here. But okay, what do I want here? I want... So, oh, we can also rotate. Dastardly. I'll be here all night. So yeah, we should probably look at the language before I get too wrapped up in, So I think it'd obviously be, you know, it makes sense that this would be, like, something that we do? I guess it's not. I guess it helps that we can see what it's supposed to look like. But okay. I'm curious about GAR. There's also multiple games. Nice, I like that it has the little, like, namespaces. I like this, where you cast to an object using as string. Okay, and it has the top level code. So yeah, this seems like another Python adjacent one, I think. Because I think it's dynamically typed. I guess I have to learn a little bit more about it. And actually, pretty compact code for the game here. I guess it's not... I guess the logic isn't that complicated. It just looks nice because I like the texture. But okay, and then you can use gar to execute a file. So you program a custom language, so see devlog and architecture for more information. Let's see, repository has 5 games that reported to the language. But okay. So bytecode and interpreter to be a stack-based fourth language. Wait, hang on. Was I not looking closely enough? Yeah, I'm going to push that there. Okay, maybe that's more like about the internals of the bytecode. Because I did a similar thing with mine where the bytecode is stack-based, and then the language is not stack-based. Okay, standard library is good. That all makes sense. So since the goal is to write a game, you only need the bare minimum language features, exactly. Which admittedly I did not do. But okay. So yeah, this seemed... Wait, interesting. Compute shaders. Interesting. So basically, it sounds like their goal was to also have a VM that could run on the GPU. And it seems like they weren't sure if they could do that in time, so I'm not sure if they could do that in time either. But maybe they could. I guess we could see that in source. So there's VM. Okay. So I'm assuming that the VM CPU only for now. But okay. They got a cool assembler. Alright. So yeah, interesting idea with that VM there. So let's say, so this is knots. Oh. Knots/gar. So, play a little puzzle game. I'll say a little puzzle. Plus some other games. And then, yeah, seems to be the actual syntax of it is more of a Python-like thing. But yeah, I do like this little casting syntax. So pass and return functions via fourth-like parameter stack. Yeah, I assume what this is this is more describing more of the internals still. So yeah, let's say neat Python-like. I think. With ambitions of running on the GPU. Langjam-xc. Give me that delicious executable. Put it on my computer. Okay. So I tried to make a language full of streams the entire week. Didn't figure out all the type checking stuff until the last hour, so I didn't manage to make a game or even to compile it to the intermediate representation. That was my trap at the end of my development, basically, because I wound up getting sidetracked trying to figure out how to do the type inference for like the circular dependencies. When what I should have done was not even bother and just like add the type annotations immediately. But okay. So it does look like a nice programming language, another sort of C-like language. And it's statically typed as well. Interesting. And so we can also do... I like this for getting the, like, library external functions. Okay, yeah, and a native compiler. That's also a big, or that'd be a big ask for a week. But okay, let's see what let's see what the hubbub is. So XC. I will run this. I think because... Let's see. Oh, wait. Dynamically called that one. Okay. Right now it compiles only on Windows. And let's see what it looks like. Examples, arrays. Okay, so it's kind of, it reminds me of Pascal, actually. I think specifically this syntax here. Because that's how they do pointers in Pascal. Alright, yeah, so I'll say a sort of Pascal C-like. So let's say no game. So yeah, no game finished. But it does seem to be... So ambitious Pascal C-like native compiler. I like the and I should mention as well, I like tags for external libraries. But okay. Relational SMT runner game. This one I've also seen a little bit of. This seems to be an interesting one as well, or a strange one. Because it's it's this. So I think what we can do is we can step and then draw. Hang on. We'll allow Pixie.js to run. So we can draw now, or step, or run. Oh, I see. There we are. So let's pause, reload. And let's check the rules for this game. Because yeah, this language seems to be one of the stranger ones. at least from what I see here. So global rule should jump and equal runner y0 key press space should jump. Interesting. What if we push this? I see, okay. So this has, so it's kind of a Lisp-like with just conventional function calls, basically. At least in terms of, like, these functions here, and real equal that. Well, I shouldn't say Lisp-like just because the and is a function and not like an operator that's infixed. Because we still have, I assume, other operators. Well, actually, we might not. But okay, so this has pretty fixed states here, I think. Unless we can have as many stages as we want, like begin, stage, gamer, end stage, gamer. Okay, we can have gamer here. So I'm curious how these work. So breadth first search and depth first search. So I think what it's doing is there's some sort of thing that it can run. Or basically, like, we're not just describing a game, we're describing rules for how to beat the game through this, I think. It's fun that we can make our own stages. I haven't actually played with the languages very much. Oh, look at that. There we go. So yeah, I think what I want to do... How do we query? Pause. So a custom Z3 mini Canron-like relational language that allows relations to be run forward or backwards. I ran out of steam after developing the language and just made a simple Chrome T-Rex style game. Press run on the top right, then space to jump. Okay, the initial concept was to be able to interactively visualize queries so you can easily find a starting state to iterate your game. The solver could also potentially be used to solve e.g. solve for optimal platform placement in a precision platformer. Okay, I'm curious, yeah, how this, I think it's too advanced for me. In basically the sense of, like, I want to get runner Y. Query. Runner VY? I'm curious if there's more underneath the scroll bar that I'm not seeing. Yeah, this one's quite fascinating to me. I think the main thing is I have no idea how to actually query things. But okay, rule draw player where not dead. Oh, I see. I think the rules basically have these lines here, and then after that line is this. This is the, like, results of the rule. So we have a rule we're declaring, and then it's that. And then that means we should jump. And when we should jump, I'm curious. Oh, I see what I can do. EQ. Dead no. Maybe. Maybe EQ dead, yes? Well, we only got 10 seconds left. So I'll say this is one of the more interesting ones to me. Because, yeah, I don't know anything about, like, Z3 mini can run, for example. So, yeah, let's call this Relational SMT Runner Game. Slash, whatever the language should be called. I guess I'll say playable. So yeah, I have known nothing. The idea of a solver running, understanding somehow is very fascinating. Though I have no idea how it works. Because yeah, I don't know the slightest thing about the queries there, for example. And then the last one, heat from fire, fire from heat, which I've actually played a little bit of. So I'm curious if there's also a GitHub. Because yeah, there's a newly built... So I think Yarn is a thing that exists. So Yarn parser and VM. So I think Yarn is a dialogue programming language. I think. So yeah, let's see. Hang on, I'm gonna look for. Let's go back to Discord. Let's see. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Where is that? Probably in Game Jam projects if it's here. Okay, I see the link in the project. Let's look for Valina Rogu. Okay, this seems to be the Git repo. Let's see if the repo's in here. Because yeah, we're looking for some sort of yarn. QR prototype. Curious. I guess it's not in here. But yeah, I think Yarn is an existing language, I'm pretty sure. I thought it was. Like a dialogue language or something? Yarn spinner? Okay, I think that's what it is. Okay. But okay, let's give ourselves, I guess, 5 minutes, since I have spent a few minutes already now looking up the language. And this one I know has music, so I will mute my music. Oh wait, hang on. There we go. Huh. Something happened to the collisions. It wasn't happening, or the character wasn't twitching like this before. Yeah, when I played before, they were just, like, running around. But yeah, we need to speak to the tree. Secret squirrel. Make sure to find both missing pieces for your ship. If you're stuck here, try holding the jump key. Let's see, hang on. I know what to do. There we go. Yeah, it completely fills the audio. Let's see, hopefully you can still hear it a little bit. But yeah, it's funny, in the OBS preview... Hang on, let's see, so if I did 30, that means 12.5% on my audio. So if I do that there... Okay, that looks reasonable from my side. Hopefully that's reasonable on your side. Oh. But okay, that treasure chest up there. I know that this, for example, gets us the right materials to repair your engine. Actually, I wonder if I can repair the engine. Oh. Though it is funny, there's hearts, but if you fall in the spikes, you die instantly. But okay. Let's view Record 1. I refuse to accept this. Your flagrant disrespect of the family name and your disgusting display of profanity at the ball is the last straw. I am left with no choice but to disown you until you come to your senses. The sooner you get this ridiculous idea out of your head, the better. Your father didn't put his life on the line and die to be disrespected like this. You need to stop and seriously consider the repercussions of your actions. Alright. Oh. So are we... I don't think we're Jonathan, because the protagonist was referred to as she in the store page, I think. But alright. We got the tree. Vera places her hand against the tree. Okay, so we are Vera. Or Vera. A voice in Vera's mind, so it is true. The presence I've felt has been you. Hello? Welcome, Vera. I have been expecting you. Who are you? I am known by many names, all of which have now been lost to time. My understanding of the galaxy far exceeds the very age of this planet we inhabit. Oh, I only have 1 minute. Hang on. You gotta speed it up. You gotta give me the Cliff Notes tree. But okay. Oh. We don't got much time. I only have 10 more seconds. Now I have like 1 minute and 10 seconds. We gotta get that dang part for our ship. Then the question is gonna be, how do we actually get out of here? Sorry, squirrels. Maybe another day. Okay, this chest contains the remaining materials you need. Okay, so do we... I mean, it looks like it's supposed to be locked. But alright, let's see if we can get off this rock. Oh. You know, let's see... So if I can get to the other thing here... Chest contains the right materials to repair your engine. Alright, let's see if we can repair our engine. 2, Vera, Orion, your blood work has come back well. Huh. Wait, what? It's clear the treatment is having the intended effects. Okay. I think... Huh. I'm doing record... I was doing the 1, 2, and 3, and 4, but I think... Let's see if I can repair my ship. So we need to... View? Interesting. That... I think... Curious thing about that. Okay. But yeah, I think I don't understand how to get off this rock. But we have explored everything. So, alright, let's say... what was this? Heat from fire, fire from heat. So, how do I get off this rock? Okay, and that's going to be, I think, is... So, I think Yarn is the dialogue system. Yarn spinner. Useful to have, like, an implementation. Because, yeah, it seems like basically the editor exists for it. And so you would have, like, this, and you'd have, like, your fancy editor like this, and then you can do stuff. And then basically, they've now implemented it so they can take this text and actually have the dialogue in their game. And that's a useful thing. But okay. Let's add to neat stuff. But alright, I guess that's the last of the Langjam Gamejam. So I guess now what I should do is I should do awards. So let's get back my music. And that'll be the last thing I do. And then I can put, I guess I can put all of my ratings. I'll do that off, like in free time, basically. So that way I can, like, really hammer, you know, I'll obliterate, I'll give everything except for my game 1 star, and I'll give my game 5 stars, basically. I think that's fair. But okay, put this back. Oh, right, Magic Pen Gel. I really like this soundtrack, and I keep forgetting the name of the game. But okay. Awards. So I'm gonna have, like, best length. So, like, probably gonna be most playable game. So that would go to, I think, I really liked, oh, what was that programming game? It was actually quite early on. Let's see. YENDOR. Let's see. And then probably most novel game. That'd be a good award. And then we'd have, like, most programmable language. And then most novel language. So I think most novel game is gonna go to, I think I'm gonna give the award to the Hot Honey Loop. Because technically it was like a visualization of the language that I found unique, but... Because, yeah, if you didn't see it at the start, YENDOR was a pretty solid programming idle game type thing. And you make your little guy explore basically... It's basically playing Rogue. The game Rogue, like the original one. And I like the syntax, the language is fun. Yeah, that one is, like... That's a lot... It's a a lot of video game for the amount of work that we had to do for this jam. And then I think most programmable language might be Soup. Admittedly, in part because that was the only language where I actually, like, tried to program in it. Or, like, actually looked at the language. But most novel language would probably go to Relational SMT. Runner game. And then most playable... So most playable game, or no, most playable language would go to Ragelang. Because that was the language where you had the physics of objects. So if we go back to Ragelang, wherever it was. So yeah, I think it's a really funny gimmick to have the objects physically fall. Oh wait, yeah, we need that. So if I, like, break this support, the whole language falls apart, literally. Because the code has physics there. And you know what? I'm going to change... Since we have... I'm going to switch out most playable game for most programmable game. Well, actually, I think... This one I want to play as it's intended. I think most programmable game will be, which game do I want to modify the most? Like, where do I want to see the thing? Yeah, Sui, sadly I couldn't actually play Sui, but I did like the language, and I liked what I saw of it. Let's look at Soup. Because, yeah, I mean, it's basically just a little, Rust-like, C-like language that compiles straight to C. What were the other languages like? I need to jog my memory. But, like, there were other languages that had very novel things in them. Oh yeah, I did like Onion. Just the simple idea of a scheme where you have infix operators. Shmup 8. Unnamed Shipbuilder game. I liked the idea of the Shipbuilder game. Yeah, what is the game that I would like most to modify? Space Blaster. This is the one where I genuinely wanted to, like, it was the one where there are little, I'll show you. It's a pretty simple little game. It's a kind of Galaga type game. But it seems like a language that would be quite nice to, like, manipulate. Because it's very specifically for games. I'm curious if the full game is in here. Okay. So spawn title screen. So that does... title screen. Oh. The language is... or the... Hang on. I know what to do. Too dramatic for my tastes. But okay. So yeah, I liked that the sprites were just defined as blocks like this. It doesn't need any, like, other special characters here. So yeah, I would say that is the language that I would be most likely to actually, like, modify the game and make my own thing in it. But I do think Sui is, like, given the amount of time we got, a language that compiles into C and is sort of like this native-esque language is definitely, like, very impressive. I think this was one that was made by a team, because it would be astonishing if it was made by one person. But okay, do I need any other things? I guess honorable mentions. So that would be, Onion. I liked Onion. Lisp with operators is just a good thing. So I guess I'll give that the Lisp with Operators award. Let's see, Cellarscript was fun. Well, it was fun in my mind palace. I couldn't actually play it. See, because there was good work all around. Oh yeah, Metastructure was, like, quite pretty. What was that other pretty one that had the shader look to it? That might have also been Onion. No, I know it wasn't. Let's see. I liked Call of the Void. So yeah, we should probably... I'm gonna have best graphics. And let's say, like, best, or like, I'll say best graphics as my final award. Because, yeah, the last thing is, I could have sworn there's like a shader thing. Shmup 8. Okay, that's what it was. So it's either Shmup 8 or Metastructure. I remember those two. At least of the ones that I could play. And then what else should I give an honorable award to? I think the Unnamed Space Builder, or Unnamed Shipbuilder game. Because I wanted to play that one. So, like, let's say most anticipated award. You know, once I learn how to install OCaml on Windows, then it's game over. As in game started. Because I'll see how the game plays, and I'm quite interested in that little instruction set. But okay. Congratulations to the winners of the Needleful Game Awards. Congratulations to the losers as well. Congratulations to our special guest, Mr. Soap. And I guess that'll be it for today. Because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. But okay, I will be back to my regularly scheduled game development streams on Wednesday. This was a fun little aside, and I'm excited to never think about programming languages again. Alright, thanks for watching. See you later.